Заключительная проверка. Заключительная проверка.
Сначала вводное слово. Schönen guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, dear ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the German-Russian workshop. This workshop organized by the Technische Universität Berlin and the Institute of Strength Physics and Material Science since 2004. Very many years, sometimes in some years there were two. For example, this year there was already one German-Russian workshop in February. It was planned in Braunschweig, but due to corona restrictions was online, was devoted to the so-called problem of third body in tribological context. And this one is a very special one, not usual, because it is in the framework of the Days of Germany in Tomsk. And it is devoted to a broader scope of topics. history of science and history of collaboration and projects, but also scientific, just scientific projects. And so for the announcement of the program, I give the floor to Professor Varvara Romanova.
Dear colleagues, I am pleased to announce the first presentation, History of Shadon Solution in Contact Mechanics. And the first speaker is Professor Popov.
По-моему, не работает. So this presentation is co-authored by my wife, Elena Popova, and myself, but we agreed that I will present this material. The presentation is devoted to one of the most important contributions to contact mechanics of rotational asymmetric bodies, but as a matter of fact, of the whole contact mechanics, the so-called Snedden solution in contact mechanics. The first contact mechanical problem was solved by Heinrich Hertz, 1882. He solved the problem of contact of parabolically shaped bodies. He used analogy between the contact problem of bodies with curved surfaces and a solved problem of potential theory of charge conducting ellipsoids, and obtained the solution. He is deservedly considered as a founder of contact mechanics, even while he was not, this was not his main area of research. The generalization of this solution to arbitrary bodies of revolution is attributed to Jan Snedden, a British scientist, due to this publication in International Journal of Engineering Science in 1965. This is a very, very high cited paper. As a matter of fact, maybe the most cited paper in contact mechanics, even more cited than the original paper by Heinrich Hertz. But in reality, the solution of Snedden was obtained not by Snedden. It was obtained by Gallin, one of the most known contact mechanicists of the Soviet Union in the late 1940s. And he summarized his findings in the book, which appeared 1953, of course, in Russia, in Russian, in Moscow. And Jan Snedden, of course, knew this book, or it is almost nothing to say that he knew this book. He has read this book. He has read all other contributions by Gallin, because Jan Snedden could read Russian. And he had great respect for Gallin, and he enabled the English translation of this book. The English translation appeared 1961 in the publishing house of North Carolina State College, now North Carolina State University. And on the cover page, one can see that it is translated by Moss and edited by Jan Snedden. In this famous paper, which I already mentioned, he just relies on this solution of Galen and provides an alternative derivation. He also cites Galen's book, says it is excellent account of these theories which lead to this, but the laws of history and the naming of history are unforeseeable. And apparently the work of Snedden appeared in the right time, in the right place, in the right language, in the right scope. And so this was at once Galen's solution was Snedden's solution without any involvement of Snedden himself. But the most intriguing fact is that the same solution was obtained earlier in a much, much more simpler way by two German scientists, Professor Vöppel from the Technische Universität Munich, and his doctoral student Gerhard Schubert. The main driving force was Professor Vöppel, and so I would like to say a couple of words about his biography. He was born 1887, was son of another well-known professor in mechanics and also professor of the Technische Universität Munich, August Vöppel, studied mechanical engineering, physics, mathematics, first in Munich, then in Göttingen. His doctoral work was under supervision of David Hilbert. He then was, after the promotion, after getting the PhD degree, assistant of Felix Klein, another very well-known name. He then habilitated with age 27 and started to work in physics together with Wilhelm Wien, the Nobel Prize winner of 1911 for his Wien's displacement law in optics. He was also in the highest level society. His brother-in-law was Ludwig Prandtl, and finally, after his military service during the First World War, he became professor first in Dresden and then in Munich in 1922. He was one of the founders of the Spannungsoptik, how to stress optics, so the visualization of stresses with polarized light, and had a very great laboratory, and he should have relocated this laboratory to Ammerland during the war, and this saved his life because his house in Munich was destroyed on July 12, 1944, due to a bomb attack of American Air Force. This is the house of Professor Vöppel. Now, in his eight-page contribution from 1941, and the title is Elastische Beanspruchung des Erdbodens unter Fundamenten. Elastic stress in the ground under elastic foundations. He provided a general solution for displacement under arbitrary pressure on the surface for two-dimensional plane problems and for axially symmetric, arbitrary axially symmetric problems, but in that form, which allowed very easy inversion and thus solving contact mechanical problems. So here framed is practically the whole contact mechanics of 1 century, so one can say, and I would like to comment on this derivation. He considered displacement under axially symmetric pressure distribution, one has to imagine that this is the surface of elastic body and the pressure acts on this surface. He considers the displacement in this point A, the red point, under the action of the stress in the blue point B. And this can be found using the fundamental solution, which is known since 1885, since the work of Boussinesq. And now one has just to parameterize and integrate over the whole surface, and then we have displacement. This is, one can parameterize in different ways, and so one gets always such double integrals because one integrates over the surface. And then he used other parameterization. He made the substitution of variables, introduced two other variables, rho and xi, according to these equations. I do not know if he had reasons for this, if he had some idea why this, but in any case, he used this transformation. And then this integral was again the double integral, and one could imagine this as two steps. First, from the pressure distribution, one gets auxiliary function, auxiliary function, and then with this auxiliary function, one gets displacement. It is still something like two double integral, but these both are Abel transforms. And now comes Schubert. I do not know if this was the idea of Schubert or it was a Föppel, and says if these are transforms, then one can just inverse according to the known transformations. So this is just inversion of these both. And then going from the three-dimensional shape, one gets this auxiliary function. And with this auxiliary function, one gets the pressure distribution. And this is the contact mechanical problem. So the contact mechanical problem is solved because we have here something which can be easily inverted. Many contact mechanical problems, classical, very classical, were known already before the Second World War. For example, for parabolic since Hertz, for flat cylindrical indenter, or for conical indenter. But what about more complicated surfaces? For example, worn ball, or cylindrical punch with rounded corners, or conical with some worn or smooth this point. And all these more complicated situations are just two-line exercise with the solution of Schubert. And they are all contained in the paper of Schubert, in his dissertation, and in the paper, in the corresponding paper from 1942. And if we now look in the literature on contact mechanics, some of these solutions we will find in late 19th, even 2006. Yeah, they were considered as unknown solutions, but in reality they were only these and many other axial isometric problems already are contained in this practically handbook of contact mechanics in the dissertation of Gerhard Schubert. Yeah, in spite of this fantastic importance and this work, it remained unknown. Nobody cited it, and the question is why. Yeah, the answer is apparent. Yeah? The war destroyed not only buildings but also communication and the reputation of German science. It was published in Munich in 1942 during the World War II in German. nobody has read at that time German, or would like to read maybe. To just have feeling what was the situation during the war and after the war, I can cite a part of the introduction to a post-war publication in 1947 about the rolling contact. And there, people write, the present work originated in the last period of the war. The many scholars who, like the author, hated the Nazi tyranny from the outset could only survive in Germany by withdrawing as much as possible from public affairs and concentrating on their science. Hardly any foreign colleague who has not felt the tyranny of the system firsthand can imagine under what kind of mental pressure through the Nazis this work was created. May our colleagues abroad take into account in their thoughts about German scientists that very many of us have suffered more from this pressure than is generally assumed abroad. The scientists who serve the truth and who apply the same laws to their research, regardless of political borders, and apply the same standards to the results of this research are primarily called to shake hands across borders. May this work help it? But the scientist was wanted not just at once shake the hands, and so there can also be other reasons why this work remained unknown. We can only guess what were these reasons, but Pöppel, according to his own words, opposed the Nazi regime, and his doctoral student Gerhard Schubert was member of NSDAP, of the Nazi party. So he had made no contact mechanics after this work, and maybe Pöppel would not like, just the supposition, to promote this work. So in any case, it was not known almost till our time. But this is still not, it became then known due to publication of Snedden, but this is not the whole history. In reality, this solution was discovered many times. The first discovery was by Pöppel and Schubert, then Gallin, whom I already mentioned. Green and Cerna have found this solution also independently. They did not know of this 1954, before the publication of Gallen's book in English. Then Snedden made it really well known. Jaeger published 1998 very useful other derivation, which also led to many developments. And finally, it was coined in the very simple mnemonic rules due to the method of dimensionality reduction. In 2013 appeared the book about this MDR. So 71 years one has used just for nothing, just to get acquainted with the known solution. Apropos, what is this MDR, which I noticed? Method of dimensionality reduction is the following method. If you have a three-dimensional contact problem, it is replaced by a one-dimensional one in two steps. First, the three-dimensional profile is transformed into one-dimensional. It is here in this symbolic build, the transformation is correct. For example, this profile is really transformed in this one. It is some effective profile, and it is brought not in contact with half space, but with a series of springs. It is, of course, completely other system, but if we press now this body into this elastic foundation, then all relations between force, displacement, and the contact area are exactly the solutions of three-dimensional problem, of the initial three-dimensional problem. And more than this, all other parameters, pressure distributions and displacement, can be found from this one-dimensional solution. Here, there are the equations which are used here. This one and this one are the two equations of Schubert solution, or of Snedden solution, of Galen solution. These are two equations. Of course, this is only intermediate step to visualize this, but in reality, one can just use the solution. Yeah, they are equivalent. This picture is equivalent to the Snedden solution. Further development was that it was found that, as a matter of fact, any, not only axial symmetric profile can be represented by equivalent profile. Here are some examples. How it looks here is, for example, cross-section of profile. And this is equivalent profile. Here is some cross-section through the rough surface and the equivalent profile. And then we have normal tangential elastic contacts equivalent to the initial three-dimensional. But this is the only thing which is not contained in the Schubert's publication. Now, just at the end, I would say that the solution of Snedden, Purple, Schubert, Galen, and so on, method of dimensionality reduction, is for normal contact, but there is a series of problems which can be reduced to the normal contact problem, and that is why they also can be solved with the same method. And this is, of course, the normal contact itself, but also tangential contact can be reduced, the rolling contact, the contact with viscoelastic bodies can be reduced to the contact of elastic bodies. Lee and Radok in the 60s. Adhesive contact is reduced to the elastic contact. Also, other properties as thermal conductivity or electrical conductivity, also described with similar equations, can be treated with these equations. This MDR or this Snedden solution can be considered as a sort of handbook of contact mechanics, pocket handbook, which allows very easily to produce any of solutions which have been found in the last 140 years without looking in the literature. And it is simple as, at least as a classical beam theory, or maybe simple. So I asked why not to teach the contact mechanics to the first semester students, but changing curricula, university curricula, is the most complicated thing in this world. It is really not so easy. At the end, I would like to note that the results of this historical research also my wife and me, we also made correspondence and met ourselves with the relatives of couple and got photos and very many materials, many information. And this is on this base, all this. It appeared 2020 in SUM. SUM is a follow-up journal of the Zeitschrift für angewandte Mathematik, where Hertz published his first solution. So it is in the same journal. And it contains not only this historical information, but also complete English translation of the paper by Schubert, which was initially published in German. Варя, там не слышно. Давайте.
Thank you very much, Professor Popov, for very nice, impressive presentation. And I encourage you to ask your questions. Emanuel.
Schubert was professor in Mainz in physics and also dean of the faculty of physics for long years until his emeritus status. But never did anything with contact mechanics.
More questions? Valentin, where did you get this publication?
Where?
No, yes. It was not published.
It is published.
Published.
It is, yeah.
But only in German, yes?
The von Schubert was published originally in German, but in this paper, which we made, we also made English translation. So it is historical part and the complete English paper of Schubert.
So this is the first translation.
First English translation.
Okay. More questions? No, thank you.
So now I announce the next speaker, Varvara Romanova, is the most prominent participants of the German-Russian cooperation. We have, this institute had cooperations mainly with three organizations, with TU Berlin, with BAM, Bundesanstalt für Materialforschung und Prüfung, and very intensive collaboration with the University of Stuttgart. And Varvara takes part at least at two very intensive for many years with University of Stuttgart and also with Berlin. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, before I start my scientific talk, let me say some words about our long-term cooperation with Professor Schmauder from Stuttgart University and his research group. We met with Professor Schmauder in 1995 when he came to Tomsk to give a course of lectures on computational mechanics and visited our laboratory. I and Ruslan were first-year PhD students, and we met with Schmauder again in 2001, 6 years later in Tomsk again at the conference on mesomechanics. We had already taken our PhD, and Professor Schmauder invited us to visit Stuttgart and to contribute to the current research projects and initiate a new cooperation. Thanks to Professor Popov, who helped me to prepare my first DFG application. It was successfully supported by DFG, and in the end of 2001, we came to Stuttgart for the first time and really fell in love with this charming place forever. Since 2001, we have visited Stuttgart many times, and I would say that we found there not only research partners, but also good friends, really good friends. Since 2001, we have accomplished together in cooperation with Professor Schmauder and his research group over 20 research projects in the field of computational micro and mesomechanics. And today I'm going to review some computational and experimental results into investigations on deformation-induced surface roughening in polycrystalline metals and alloys. This work was initiated by Professor Schmauder in 2012. He suggested us to study numerically deformation-induced surface roughening in aluminum alloys. What we knew from the experiments? Aluminum free surface, flat after polishing before deformation, became rough under forming. For the most part, this phenomenon was considered as strongly undesirable because it produced not only cosmetic defects, but also impaired mechanical properties such as surface reflectivity, weldability, lubricant transport, wear resistance, and led to plastic strain localization. So the majority of experimental and numerical studies into this effect were aimed at elaborating effective methods to suppress roughening, at least within certain scale. And our task was to study mechanical aspects of this event numerically in aluminum alloys under uniaxial tension. Generally, deformation-induced roughening develops throughout all length scales from micro to macro, and is associated with different deformation mechanisms operative at certain length scales. Our studies addressed grain scale and mesoscale roughening, which is especially pronounced in aluminum alloys. And the mesoscale roughening is a specific case where it is not individual grains, but grain groups which are involved in cooperative out-of-plane displacements and form region, roping, and cluster-like patterns on the free surface. In the assumption that the origin of roughening is in the presence of microstructural inhomogeneity at certain scale, we simulated this phenomenon in terms of micromechanics with explicit consideration of polycrystalline structure. This slide illustrates steps of three-dimensional microstructure-based simulations, and the first step implies the development of geometrical three-dimensional polycrystal geometry. In our simulations, we use a method of step-by-step packing, which enables generating polycrystals with unflat edges, in contrast to, for instance, Voronoi tessellation. And this is a semi-analytical method developed in our research group. It involves microstructure generation on a mesh in a step-by-step manner in accordance with preset geometrical rules. At the next step, grains are associated with constitutive model describing the grain behavior under deformation. We use two kinds of models, phenomenological models, which describe the grain behavior through a set of stress strain curves, and physically based models formulated in terms of crystal plasticity. This is a crystal plasticity model for aluminum alloy. I will not dwell on details. Crystal plasticity models take into account elastic and plastic anisotropy at the grain scale related to the crystalline lattice, and take into account geometrical features of dislocation glide on the active slip systems. Next, the next step, the microstructural constitutive model is introduced into the boundary value problem, which is solved numerically by the finite difference or finite element methods. To reduce computational costs, which are commonly very large in microstructure-based simulations, we simulate quasi-static deformation phenomena in terms of dynamics. So we can use explicit time integration schematics. And the solution to the boundary value problem provides us with information about stress, strain fields, velocity fields, displacement fields, and other parameters of the stress strain states evolving during the deformation. Using this computational technique, we simulated deformation-induced surface roughening in polycrystals with different grain geometry, grain shape. And we obtained that roughness patterns typical for many aluminum alloys are well reproduced numerically. And this is the illustration of a combined grain shape and load direction effect on the roughness patterns. In order to reveal the mechanical reason of roughening, we analyzed individual components of the stresses and strains, of the stress and strain tensors. Particularly, this slide shows distributions of stresses acting normal to the free surface, normal to the axis of tension. I remind that in a homogeneous material, these stresses must be zero because no external or internal forces act normal to the axis of tension and normal to the free surface. At the grain scale, however, all stress and strain tensor components are non-zero, including those acting normal to the free surface. And these stresses in the very subsurface layer are very low and take place mainly along the grain boundaries, but already at a depth of a half grain diameter, these non-zero stresses occupy the whole specimen section and take on positive and negative values. So corresponding positive and negative forces act normal to the free surface and produce out of plane surface displacements evident as roughening. Another set of computational and experimental results, experimental and numerical studies into the roughening effect was performed for commercial purity titanium. Experimentally, roughness evolution in the titanium polycrystals under in the titanium specimens under uniaxial tension was studied using a stop and study technique. Specimen gauge section was divided into several subsections, approximately 5 millimeters in length. And after certain elongation, specimen was taken from the testing machine and roughness in its subsections was investigated using scanning and contact profilometers and optical microscopy. Then specimen was placed into the testing machine again, and its loading, its tension was resumed up to the next preset strain. In this way, roughness evolution was studied during the deformation process up to necking and fracture. Based on the experimental data on microstructure and mechanical testings, microstructural constitutive model was described in terms, constructed in terms of crystal plasticity, and its tensile loading was simulated using Abacus explicit. Comparison of experimental surface profiles and microstructural data suggested us that Surface profiles are representative of roughening mechanisms developing throughout all the scales, which appear on within the evaluation length. At the grain scale, we can distinguish two characteristic sets of out-of-plane displacements. The smallest oscillations appearing in the experimental profiles are attributed to dislocation steps in surface grains. These oscillations are first to appear when plastic deformation begins, but they are capable of fitting only very limited out-of-plane deformation. So further deformation involves larger scale oscillations at the grain scale. They are caused by shift of individual grains and grain parts relative to each other and relative to the surrounding material. This surface pattern is commonly referred to as an orange peel pattern, and it's well seen in the experimental profiles and metallographic images, and were reproduced numerically. Along with the grain scale roughening, mesoscale surface undulations are formed by grain groups, which are involved in collective out-of-plane surface displacements. These mesoscale undulations are well identified in the experimental surface profiles throughout the whole deformation process from the very beginning of plastic deformation and up to necking. And it's well reproduced numerically. This is numerical simulation results. I want you to pay attention to the roughening patterns at the lateral side and on the top surface of the model. Roughening at the lateral side is much stronger than on the top surface, where in-plane shearing prevails over out-of-plane deformation. This is due to the presence of a basal texture typical for rolled alpha titanium. In order to evaluate how contributions from different roughening mechanisms change in the course of deformation, the surface profiles, raw surface profiles, were decomposed into high and low frequency components. Particularly, 4 distinct components were separated at the grain scale, 2 mesoscales, and a macro scale. This plot shows the average height of different components, high and low frequencies components, plotted versus specimen tensile strain. The grain scale displacements make a measurable contribution to roughening only in the very beginning of plastic deformation. And then the amplitude stops growing. The mesoscale, this red line, mesoscale undulations make a major contribution to roughening already at about 5% of specimen tensile strain and up to necking. Shortly before necking, the mesoscale grain clusters become larger. Now they cover up to 20 grains. And finally, macroscale surface deflection appears in the neck region. It is associated with the necking. And these dependencies suggest roughness intensification on a larger scale when roughening mechanisms at smaller scales are exhausted. So we assume that the mesoscale roughening would be used as a precursor of macroscale localization. For quantitative estimation of mesoscale surface profiles, we suggested a dimensionless roughness parameter calculated by analogy with a strain measure as a ratio of rough profile length to the evaluation length. This parameter is clearly interpreted. The higher is its value, the stronger is surface unflatness, surface roughening. Again, I remind that in a homogeneous material, free surface must remain flat during uniaxial tension, so this parameter is equal to 0. So this parameter also reflects a microstructural factor in a certain extent, to a certain extent. One more important factor is that standard roughness evaluation is commonly preceded by filtering out high frequency and low frequency components, high frequency oscillations and low frequency waviness. In our case, we proceed with unfiltered profiles to take into account all contributions from all roughening mechanisms developing within the evaluation length. So this dimensionless roughness parameter was calculated for the whole set of experimental profiles evolving in the specimen subsections. These two graphs show subsection in plane strain and mesoscale roughness parameters plotted versus specimen strain. You can see how well these dependencies fit together. Particularly in the subsection where neck was formed at a later deformation stage, mesoscale roughness parameter began to grow non-linearly already after 10% of specimen tensile strain, which was well ahead of the macroscopic manifestation of necking. What is most important, the mesoscale roughness values plotted versus subsection in plane strains are perfectly approximated by a single curve with a coefficient of determination 0.99. And it implies a strong correlation between these two values. In a similar way, experimental and numerical investigations into roughening were performed for commercial purity aluminum. And we obtained similar results and similar conclusions. Here you can see subsection in plane strains and mesoscale roughness parameters involving in different specimen subsections, in 10 specimen subsections now. So in the subsection where neck was formed, roughening began its nonlinear growth, exponential growth already after 15% of tensile strain. And again, we have a strong correlation between mesoscale roughening and in-plane strain. And this suggests us a conclusion that in-plane strain would be evaluated by mesoscale roughening, which is much easier to measure experimentally. So if you are interested in further details, please refer to our publications. And I have finished my scientific talk, and Now let me say some words and express my gratitude to the organizers, especially to local organizing committee for giving us this opportunity to meet face to face in these uneasy times, and for perfect organization of this event. Thank you very much. Thank you. Не включен, по-моему. Не надо?
I don't get any questions, but the question is related to your so the question is about the resolution of files. When you show the files, yeah, okay. So the question is quite simple. What is the resolution and vertical resolution of the profilometer seams should limit your sensitivity in terms of characterizing the relief. The threshold of the scale, I mean, where you're able to characterize the real file of grain induced relief.
I'm not experimentator, of course. I think it depends on the optical resolution, on the resolution. This is the scanning microscopy, and this is contact profilometer. So the resolution up to 60 microns in this case, and even higher. This is scanning profilometer. Правильно я говорю? Сканер же. New view, yeah. This is new view, and this is IQ alpha step contact profilometers. So yes. In this case, the resolution was 1 micrometers. Special resolution was micrometer, one micrometers, and it's enough for mesoscale estimations. And it's even better because we automatically filtering out noise oscillations.
It is known that for the they are either roughening or smoothing, depending on what was the this interplay of smoothing and roughening is not really detailed. And there are two reasons for that. One, you say volume. What do you think? What is important? Is this mechanism for the other?
I think these are different mechanisms. They appear in different conditions. So in contact mechanics, in contact conditions, you directly apply your action to the surface. And in this case, the surface is free, and microstructural mechanisms from the inside produce this roughening. I think in contact problems, it would be the problem too. It would be the problem too, because you also treat polycrystalline material or any inhomogeneous material. So roughening would be produced by contact friction or something else. I think it would be interesting to estimate. Thank you.
Oh, we have the third presentation by Emanuel Willert. Emanuel Willert is also a member of my chair, and he is a younger generation. He's young, but he's already author of 2 Springer monographies, one of them on the impacts, on the mechanics of impacts. And yeah, but now he is not speaking about this. The other feature, why he will speak about this collaboration, is that he graduated from the joint double degree program of TPU, and he graduated from both Berlin University of Technology and Tomsk Polytechnic University. He can speak Russian. One can ask him also in Russian, and he will speak now about the joint projects which do exist at that time between Germany and Russia.
Thank you. Yeah, as was said, I will speak about research cooperations which are going on now in the fields of tribology and material science between Germany and Russia. And so let me start with just some brief science political background, namely in the sense of science policy. So that we get some background at which this is all happening. So in the 90s, which were obviously quite troublesome times in Russia, there was a large-scale migration of Russian scientists to Western or other countries, well, in Russia and other post-Soviet countries, obviously, and that got addressed only basically in the 2000s, mainly during the presidency of Dmitry Medvedev. For example, in 2010, the Kulkova Innovation Center was created. And in 2011, the federal government announced the 2020 Innovative Development Strategy. For example, including, well, intensifying the contact to foreign scientists and especially to Russian scientists working abroad. On another scale or another political level, during the chancellorship of Gerhard Schröder in Germany from between 1998 and 2005, there was some political rapprochement. So Russia and Germany came closer to each other, and this resulted in 2005 with the assignment by both countries of the joint declaration on the strategic partnership in the field of education, research, and innovation between the Federal Republic of Germany and the Russian Federation. And this agreement, or this joint, it wasn't the agreement, it was just a joint declaration, but it was extended to a formal agreement between the government of the Federal Republic of Germany and the government of the Russian Federation on scientific and technical cooperation in 2009. And in another point that might be of interest, that 2012 and 2020, 2021 were declared years of Germany in Russia. So our workshop here now is in the framework of this second, well, Gott Germanic v. RAS. And on the right, well, to give you some well, background on science cooperation, international science cooperation in Germany and Russia. Here we see the distribution of international co-publications in Germany. So those are in percent of all international publications co-authored by German scientists. From 2007, 2012, and 2017. And Russia, so Russia as a partner of German scientists is on number, I guess, 13, if I, 1, 2, 3, well, somewhere there. And unfortunately, the share of co-publications with Russia is decreasing while, well, for especially with China, obviously, and other Western European countries, the number of or the share of co-publications is rising. The number of co-publications is also rising with Russia, but the share of Russian co-authorship is decreasing. Unfortunately, I couldn't find respective data from the Russian side. So well, what are the most important partners of Russian international co-publications? But I would guess that Germany would be at least top 5, if not top 3 on that list, together with United States and China, probably. But I couldn't, as I said, I couldn't find reliable data. Okay, let me introduce the 2 biggest German players in financing international cooperation between Germany and Russia in the field of science. The German Research Foundation. And well, as the acronym DFG is so common, or DFG is so common in German, I will use it because, well, one could say GRF, but we know it's DFG, and so I will say DFG. The German Research Foundation, it was founded as Emergency Association in German Science in October 1920. So it's very, very old. It's very interesting. That was obviously after World War I, after Germany lost basically, well, all its international reputation and scientific status due to the war and due to, well, Germany was the official culprit of the war and so on and so forth. And that's why it was called Emergency Association, because the German science after World War I was really in a not such a nice state. And a very interesting fact within the framework of our workshop here is that some years later, I guess in 1924, there was created the Soviet German Society for Culture and Technology. Why is that interesting? Well, Germany and Russia were the kind of 2 pariah states at that time in Europe. Germany was obviously the culprit of the war, according to official decrees. And well, Soviet Union had their very own unique socioeconomic system, which was fought by almost all Western countries. But those 2 states, they started to cooperate because they hadn't any other partners to cooperate with, basically. But that's just a side note. And after World War II, another world war, Germany founded. It was reestablished as German Research Foundation, DFG, as we know it now, in August 1951. It's a non-profit association mainly financed by the German federal government and the federal lands. On the right, we see the distribution of receipts. So there's a budget of, well, almost 3.5 billion euros per year. More than 2 billion are funded by the federal government, almost 1 billion by the federal lands, and well, some basically insignificant amount by other funders. The support rate in 2020 of all proposals, so that's the share of proposals that were funded, that received grants, is around 1/3 over all, well, disciplines. We have humanities, life science, natural science, engineering science, and the overall others. So that's unsurprisingly there's not much difference. It would be very, very strange if there would be a big difference. But where there is a big difference is the distribution of funding in 2020. So in red is life science, it's leading by a large amount, and then we have natural science, engineering science, and humanities. The other research institution I will talk about is the Helmholtz Association. It was founded by 18 large research centers in 1995, and it's the largest institution to finance research in Germany with a budget of 5 billion euros, so even more than the whole DFG. In 2020, 2/3 are financed by the German federal government and 1/3 are third-party funds. In their own word, the Helmholtz Association identifies and works on large and pressing questions from society, science, and business through top-level research with a strategic and programmatic focus. So already it can be felt that's not only science, but obviously they're a research organization. They have a very, very broad thematic scope, as you can see here. And the Helmholtz Association has 4 international bureaus in the world, in Brussels, Tel Aviv, Beijing, and Moscow. So you can see what are the, well, kind of 4 most important partners. It's the European Union, or Europe, Western European countries, Israel, China, and Russia. Okay, let's come to the Russian side. Science of these corporations from the Russian side are financed by the Russian Foundation of Basic Research, RFBR or RFFE. That got shut down very recently. I just when I created the talk, I read that institution is not existing anymore, basically. So that won't be of any relevance in the future. But what exists is the Russian Science Foundation, RSF, Ruski Naучный Fond, RNF. Both were founded by a presidential decree. RFBR is the much older institution. It was founded in 1992. RSF only in 2013. RFBR was a self-governed federal organization controlled by the government. And well, their budget is around 20 billion rubles per year. Just to put that into perspective, that is 15 times less than the budget of the DFB. So to give you a perspective of what we are talking about here. And the most important international partner of our RSF is the DFG, not too surprisingly, with a total cumulative funding of 767 million rubles. And all these 18 funded researchers cooperated with the Helmholtz Association are within the scope of the within the framework of the cooperation I will show you later. Again, I couldn't find respective data for RFBR, but as it doesn't exist anymore, it's probably not too relevant also. Okay, so let's come to the project cooperation co-financed by the DFG. Some formal aspects. There are currently, as far as DFG knows, 18 running projects in the fields of material science, 15 have been or are with RFBR. I don't know what's happening with the financiation there, whether it's transferred to RSF or whatever. But according to DFG, it's with RFBR. 1 with RSF and 2, strangely, without data about the Russian funding. A very important formal point is that there's no separate funding at DFG for international corporations. So all project proposals compete with all national and international proposals at DFG for grants. While at RSF and RFBR, there are separate competitions for grants for namely international projects. And support is only granted if both sides recommend funding. These 18 projects are distributed over a wide range of different disciplines. Fabrication and properties of functional materials is by far the largest, but we also have classical mechanics of materials, natural science, so physics and chemistry, and even medicine, material science and medicine. The local distribution in Germany is quite homogeneous. the local distribution in Russia is not. And well, to put it bluntly, 2/3 of the projects are not conducted in Russia, but in the metropolitan region of Moscow. And well, there are six projects which are conducted actually in Russia: St. Petersburg, Voronezh, Tria, Novosibirsk, and thanks to Professor Romanova, there's also a dot in our beloved city of Tomsk. I don't know whether this is still ongoing because it was by far the oldest project, but DFG says it's closed. Okay, well, so it's closed. I thought maybe, but for DFG still says there's ongoing research. But okay. Those are the names of the projects. We have obviously don't have the time to go into detail here, but you can read them for yourself. I think most of them speak for themselves. So the modern classes of functional materials and so on and so on. Then we have semiconductor physics, chemistry, and medicine. I think that's, well, that's just to give you an impression, what is considered fund-worthy now, or what is considered to be where Russia and Germany seem to have some synergies on a scientific level. Okay, project cooperation co-financed by the Humboldt Association. Well, the big part here are the Helmholtz RSF joint research groups, which started in 2017, I guess, or 2018. And each year, 6 projects are chosen for a period of 3 years. That's obviously a separate competition at the Humboldt Association and also at RSF. The funding is 130,000 euros per year from Humboldt Association for the German participants and 4 to 6 million rubles per year from RSF for the Russian participants. So that's, well, not too shabby actually. Interestingly, well, I've shown you the disciplines of Helmholtz Association. It's a very broad field. And interestingly, the third call for proposals was devoted to material science, well, materials and emerging technologies, and structure and dynamics of matter. So to show you the importance of those topics. They are basically related to, well, information technologies like blockchains or artificial neural networks and biotechnology. I'm kind of missing 3D printing here, but maybe they just didn't have something in scope there. Once again, the distribution in Germany is pretty homogeneous. Oh, okay, it's only 6 projects, but it's still homogeneous. It's not, once again, in Russia. 5 are in Moscow and 1 is at the University of St. Petersburg. And well, this talk was basically only, well, a brief input, but the second half of my 30 minutes here, I want to devote a discussion with you. This is a workshop, and well, we're not only here to listen, but we're also here obviously to discuss things. And I think that's a topic we can have a very lively discussion about, maybe now, maybe later. But well, the questions I would be very interested to hear your opinion about are why the research cooperation on the Russian side is so focused on Moscow, and maybe what can be done about that here as a perspective from Tomsk, but also obviously as a perspective from Germany. Also, what can we do to make people come, for example, to Tomsk or to Voronezh or whatnot. And well, the second thing I could think about whether it's an obstacle or stimulus that these international projects always have to compete in 2 competitions to receive funding, whereas while a national project does, well, 1 competition to receive funding. And obviously they have to win in both to receive actual funding. And well, on a broader scale, we can ask ourselves where do we see perspective for future research cooperation in material science, well, research areas, formal aspects, and whatnot. Or if you have other points you want to raise or discuss, obviously, you can raise them. So I don't know how we do it technically. Maybe I go around with the microphone. I think. This will always be heard by them. Okay. So yeah, please raise your points. I'm done here. I want to hear your opinions.
To the first point, of course, we know that everything is in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and we are not happy about that. But Russia has traditionally a strong center, economically and politically, and Germany not. Yeah, Russia has the largest, strongest universities there in the European part, and Germany not. All universities are equal. So it is strong. It cannot be changed basically. Yeah, of course, some attraction will remain in Moscow, but this tradition, of course, we are not happy. There are in the periphery, for example, here is one of the strongest material science centers in Russia, and of course, we think that it is better that we could get more money, but we do not know how to do this. Of course, some projects, many projects are funded from the institute, and I think that after the perestroika, the Moscow science was destroyed much stronger than in the periphery. Here it is really living, and in Moscow many institutes are in not very good, but still have funding. What to do? I do not know. Maybe you. Theater.
Sorry, my English is not perfect because I don't use English almost 2 years. For last, I have also very good collaboration with German scientists from Stuttgart, from department of Professor Schmauder, and I will speak in my presentation after coffee break. And earlier we have applied 3 months short visit, which was founded by DFG. But beginning with 2015, DFG do not support short visit and try to support long-term visit. And my experience to applied Mercator project is negative. And mainly it's connected with reviewer, because reviewer main remark of reviewer that it is impossible to do for 3 years. Firstly, it is not possible to do for hydrogen project, and we know, frankly speaking, I know some reviewer because I know that they push us, but project was excellent. The second project was connected also with very hot subject, oxygen diffusion in titanium alumina alloys. And also, it is impossible to do. Frankly speaking, we have 2-step review, and we delete some part of task because we performed them. And now, after 3-year revision, I don't know what I can write because we performed this this project, and German scientists lost possibility to get good publications. We include in some publication our colleagues, but we write much more. And I don't understand how it is possible to change, because the remarks is funny. It is impossible to understand these remarks. And I don't know why it is necessary to do and to destroy good German-Russian collaborations. Sorry, this is my opinion. Your reviewer is not friendly.
Well, we have some more minutes. Not okay, yeah, still we have to apply, and we have to try our best, obviously, and it's a question of statistics. Yeah. When it's 1/3, when you write 3 proposals, you will get 1.
So Emanuel has shown the statistics, how large is the percentage of supported projects. Now it is about 1/3 of projects, but the German Research Society rejects the projects finally. So if one submits a research project and it is negative, then it is final. There is no possibility to make some changes officially, but practically, one just considers the reviewer comments and applies it again, and maybe again. And each such submission is a new project. So this 30% is from all submitted projects. So if some project was submitted 3 times and was finally funded, then this rate is 30%. So a real rate of finally supported projects in Germany is really good, is much better than in the Russian. And Sveta, it is really correct that since 2015, the DFG practically does not support these short time. It is very pity. It was very simple. But it supports just normal projects, and these normal projects can consist only of this short time. One submits just normal projects for 1 year, and it contains only short time visits. And with some, it works. They just have no such short time program map anymore. But it still works in another framework. And yeah, I think I do not speak anymore. Yeah.
Did you take into account in your statistics that in Tomsk popularity is 500,000 and in Moscow a little bit more?
Yeah, well, still the population of Moscow is maybe 10% of the Russian population, and the share is 2/3 or 5/6. So that yes, obviously there's an impact. But I would be actually interested if you consider, for example, the number of scientific institutions in Moscow and in the rest of in Russia. But that's also not 2/3. That's also much less. So that there is an obvious underrepresentation, even if science in Russia is extremely centralized in Moscow. Obviously, there's still, it's not that centralized to explain these numbers. So there's also some level of interest on the German side, I guess, because, well, German professors, they want to go to Moscow, they want to go to Petersburg, just because they know these cities and they know it will look good on their academic CV or whatnot, or they want to see Petersburg because it's such a beautiful city. They don't go to, I don't know, Yekaterinburg, but they simply don't know what is there. But there's good science there. There's no doubt about that. And so there are things we can influence on the, well, I don't know.
DID projects who they support academic exchange, not only for scientific purposes, but also to know culture, Siberia, Ural, and maybe Far East, I don't know. And one more comment. Did you try to separate academic science and university science? Because in Russia, we have Russian Academy of Sciences and university science, they're separate. We are from academic institute, for instance. Yes, we have, I think, a part of projects per person, per professor, higher than in the universities per professor. Yeah. Number of projects.
No, I didn't consider that because, for example, Helmholtz Association, those also aren't universities. Those are just research facilities, like, well, at the parts of Daran in Russia.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much for our joint work. And now it's coffee break. We are waiting for you after coffee. Da gibt es Kaffee und vielleicht Keks, geht einfach. Ja. Kaffee findet. Du bleibst noch kurz hier. Ja. Это хороший. Okay. Olga signed and sent me, and Valentin signed too. And наоборот, работает в Берлине, как давно это пришел. Но вы не забывайте родной. Да, я моим самым большим постоянный партнер очень широкой спектре металлургии, психологии, и академический обмен. У нас есть программа,
Ну, вот. Проверка.
То есть надо прям в него.
Нет, он как-то периодично. Ну вот я его вроде включил, все должно работать. И здесь так. Все должно работать. Отлично. Тоже можно запустить. Теплички, это там везде провода.
По-моему, отключено вот это что ли? Может тогда Аню Князеву? Она... Ань, может ты сейчас, чтобы времени терять? Уже начинаем. Ага. Валентин, что-то там у Светланы Евгеньевны какие-то проблемки с презентацией. Давай с Аней начнем. Да? Okay. Dear colleagues, let's continue our work. And I am pleased to announce the next presentation. It will be given by Knyazeva Anna, Modeling of Transformations in Glue Layer in Laminating Object Manufacturing.
Dear colleague, I thank the organizing committee that allow to do this paper, and I'm sorry that it is very difficult to speak in English after large break in conference offline. Yes. This paper is devoted to the only modeling of transformations in glue layer in laminated object manufacturing. This is technology is the most of old of 3D technologies in today. This paper consists of several parts, a little bit introduction, and the concept of laminated object manufacturing, and some particular problems which have general problem formulations and conclusion. Ой, это очень сложно мне говорить. Nahum Travitsky is a specialist in additive manufacturing, and he worked in Friedrich Alexander University at Erlangen-Nuremberg, Germany. He has many publications in different areas of material science. The initiator of my work with Travitsky was Elazar Gutmanas, and it happened in the Technion several years ago. The first joint project was a project with DID. First work was devoted to loam immediately. In addition to the topic of this report, other projects were discussed and some extent implemented. Laminated object manufacturing technology is the old technology. The principal scheme of which is presented here. Different materials are suitable for this technology: plastics, composites, methyl foils, ceramics, papers, polymeric film, and so on. For the synthesis of materials, similar conditions are realized in other technologies: synthesis of composites in a closed volume, synthesis of layered composites, joining these similar materials. Another version of the technology with the application of pressure, similar to laminated object manufacturing, is roll bonding and their modifications. Now I stop on general problem formulations. To formulate, we allow that we believe that along the layered specimen, where A and B are inert materials and G is gluey layer, the roll with given temperature moves. Using the known solution of old contact problem of mechanics, we can estimate the maximal stresses in the contact zone of the roll and the inert layers of layers A, formula 1. And the half width of the contact area follows from the formula 2. Here, the coefficients depend on mechanical properties of contacting materials. Modulus of elasticity of layered composites can be calculated using formula 3. And then we can formulate thermal problem using the presented above formula as boundary conditions. The thermal problem of for laminated object manufacturing is conjugate thermal conductivity problems, which include thermal conductivity equations for where C, rho, lambda are thermal physical properties, double the K are sources due to chemical or structure transformations. Ideal thermal contact conditions take place at the material interfaces. And on other surfaces, we have adiabatic conditions or heat exchange with environment. A hot roll moves across the top surface, resulting in a movable heat source. And in this case, we use the conditions 8, where Tc sub S is temperature of roll, V is velocity of roll, x0 is initial point where from which the roll start motion. Further specification of the problem depends on what happened in the intermediate layer. In the simplest case, we assume that in this layer, the entire complex transformations can be described by summary reactions. A reagent go to product B. And the reaction rate depends on the temperature according to Arrhenius law. And this rate depends on concentration of the reagent and product that reflect the kinetic function phi r. And here, in the simplest case, we can add simple kinetic equation to the presented above equations. The goal of this work was to develop on the basis of detailed parametric study criteria to follow the process, to highlight and characterize the stage, and to propose characteristics that would contribute to an understanding of the process of forming new materials in these conditions. In order to analyze the described process in detail, in all particular problems, we turn to dimensionless variables. The choice of dimensionless variables and the selection of different criteria is a separate work which are far from always described in publications. Then we estimate the area parameters change, develop the algorithm, debug and test the program. And only then we carry out a detailed study. Our program allows to analyze, when varying the control and physical parameters, the temporal characteristics of the process, the temperature and degree of conversion, distribution in arbitrary moment in time, integral thermal and thermodynamical characteristics. I don't stop on this procedure, transition to dimensionless variables. However, I give some comments. Reasons for using dimensionless variables. The problems contain several characteristics, times, and spatial scales for different processes. The relations themselves already provide food for thought. Dimensionless variables allow us to develop the most appropriate numerical solution algorithm because chosen so that all new variables now change in limited intervals. The transition to dimensionless variables allows to isolate dimensionless complexes, varying which we obtain the most general results. Most of the physical and kinetical parameters are known with a large error. But when they are composed as a complex and its numerical value is predicted by the theory to obtain some result, we have some scatter interval of change of real parameters for experimental verifications. Criterion analysis tells what to measure, how you can process experimental data to get the most useful informations. Here I present some dimensionless complexes which are typical for combustion theory. However, applicable to this technology, the area of change of these parameters are another. Now I present some results. Firstly, we can study the temperature field or concentration field varying the parameters of the model. Here we see that together with external sources which moves along the external surface, the temperature RAS due to thermal conductivity, the specimen heated, and then the reaction start at maximal temperature change in glue layer. In this case, we see that when the reaction starts, the temperature rises quickly, and in this time interval, the reaction go quickly. The most typical situation is when the reaction zone is almost the entire G layer, in oppositely to classical models. Traditional criteria don't work here. Character of change in temperature and convection level at some points of the regions are presented here for different set of parameters. The dynamics of temperature conversion level depends on velocity level, temperature of rolls, and relations between thermal physical properties. For the same three different situations, which was depicted above, the figure shows the maximal temperature and the average integral level of conversion. The average integral level of conversion was calculated by this formula. And here we can suggest the criteria to control the process. Firstly, we can estimate the time of reaction start. Firstly, the time of the half conversion will be determined by reaching integral conversion level 0.5. And second way, time when the local conversion level will become 0.5 at the point with the maximum temperature. First, we see that for this ways, the characteristics of the start of the process different. However, the character of dependencies of these parameters on parameters of the model similar, and we can use these diagrams to find the parameters of technology which are suitable to start the material synthesis in glue layer. Further, we use the thermodynamic characteristics to control the process. Depending on the combination of control parameters and parameters characterizing physical properties and kinetic, different modes of conversion are observed. First, controlled mode. Second, volumetric mode of fast fusion. The reaction zooms ahead of the roll. Due to high thermal conductivity, a large heated layer is formed. Third, slow conversion mode maintained by the heat stored in the inert material. The roll runs away and the reaction continues start from the side of the sample opposite to the initial position of the roll. And last, quasi-stationary mode of the synthesis. In order to formulate the criteria for beginning of the reaction and the criterion to transition to quasi-stationary regime, the thermodynamical parameters are necessary. In classical works, total heat release in chemical reaction, heat storage in the heated layer, excess enthalpy, maximum value of heat flux from the reaction zone, integral conversion level are used. Here, for a two-dimensional problem, these characteristics have been modified for the two-dimensional model and conjugate heat exchange conditions. Here we see that the glue is open thermodynamical system, and in this case, the one more parameter is necessary. To study the process of establishing a stationary or quasi-stationary regime, another characteristic is very useful, entropy production. For a total single reaction, the chemical affinity must be explicitly calculated as a function of temperature and composition. However, it is more convenient to use a different approach, which has found application in the combustion theory. To calculate chemical affinity, we use Kelvin formula. Each process under study is characterized by their own T star. T star is characteristic temperature. It can be combustion temperature, temperature of the roll, etc. Since in the steady state mode, when the reaction front propagates independently, the generalized force tends to zero. And in this case, we can obtain a stationary value of entropy production. In local area in each point of glue, we can calculate entropy production, and then we calculate integral characteristics using the last formula on this slide. Next, several slides demonstrate the different picture for temperature distribution, conversion level in glue layer, and entropy production in glue layer for different mode. First, the controlled mode and integral characteristics of presented here. The reaction follows the movement of the roll and completes almost simultaneously with the roll leaving the sample. And second mode, the reaction goes themselves and roll moves independently on the reaction. And here, using the parameters delta, delta is the relation between real size of glue layer to the heat scales. We see that the thickness of the reagent layer is reduced, which contributes to a more uniform temperature distribution and leads to the fact that the reaction starts almost simultaneously in all points, and the integral characteristics for the three velocities have almost identically. And here we see that entropy production has some quasi-stationary stage, and that speak about that self-sustaining mode is possible. And I will speak about later. Here we see the example when the reaction starts from the side opposite to the initial position of the roll. The roll leaves the specimen, and then the reaction starts in the opposite direction. And here, a clear pattern in the change in the character of the integral characteristics with increasing velocity of the roll cannot be detected. And the last mode is approximately quasi-stationary mode, when the glue layer is heated homogeneously, and the reaction front moves themselves and very quickly. Entropy production is has the quasi-stationary stage. And here we see that stationary and straight lines, stationary reaction zone, when we have self-sustaining mode. However, the quasi-stationary regime is not at all what is usual for classical combustion process. Here, the reaction zone occupy all specimen, and only we see that integral conversion level grows linearly. And the conclusion of this part of the work, a model of the evolution of the adhesive layer composition under loam conditions is proposed. Thermodynamic criteria have been formulated to identify different synthesis modes. Different modes of synthesis are revealed. It is shown that the most appropriate parameter, the behavior of which indicates the quasi-stationary of the process, is the production of entropy. The next particular cases will be, I describe very briefly, the composite synthesis in intermediate layer. According to the heats of oxide formation, only one reaction of reduction of metal from oxide by aluminum is expected in the two systems with oxides. Of the three initial components in both systems, aluminum is spent on both particle and matrix formation. And in this case, we can describe the process of composition formations using two total reactions. First reactions give the particles and intermediate product, and second reaction gives the matrix of complex composition. Here, three kinetical equations are added to presented above equations. The rates of the reactions depend on the temperature by Arrhenius law and depends on the stresses. Here we can also illustrate the process using the temperature distribution and concentration level, and then we can investigate the dynamics of the process in the different points with observation points. Depending on the parameters of the model. And we suggest the integral integral concentrations of the reagent and product to indicate what stage of the process is observed. Here, the dynamics of these values are presented for some parameters. Here, reactions are not finished completely, and after a sufficiently long period of time, some fraction of initial substances remains in the mixture. The not total conversion is observed experimentally also. Here, dependency of half conversion time on model parameters are presented. It is allowed to choose the technology parameters to obtain the composition of glue layer of given composition. Here, the dependencies of temperature at selected points and integral concentrations, composition aggregate and different points on the radio of activation energy presented. We hear different composition of materials for different parameters. Conclusion, what time? What time is? Yes, it's okay. This conclusion for these parts of the work, and last part of this work, structurization in glue layer. According to the literature, the structurization can be described using the reaction as a reversible reaction, not accompanied by any significant thermal effects. Here we have one kinetic equation, and we take into account the dependency of properties on structurization level. Here we can describe the temperature field also for different mode, And we can investigate the development in time, the structurization level. This level depends on the technology conditions, and it speaks that the structurization is not complete after the long process, and the structurization can be proceed in the conditions of exploitation of these materials. Here, dependencies of average integral degree of structure transformations on the parameters characterize the technology. Omega is the dimensionless velocity of the roll, and here P is pressure, applied pressure to the roll. The composition, the structure of the glue is depend on the technology conditions. Conclusion of this part of the work, and then the one more. The purpose of this work was to develop of the basis of detailed parametric study. Practically, we suggest some modification of LOM technology and some criteria for process controlling. Possible development of ideas in this direction. Consideration of rheological features of different materials, foils, powders, polymers, explicit calculation of the stress strain state using the contact problem solution, flow simulation in porous with formation of an intermediate layer, and we plan to go to level models. At different times, parts of the study have been supported by different grants and some publications. Thank you for the attention.
Very much, Dr. Knyazeva.
Boundary conditions for the roll.
Yeah, the contact between roll and the
roll follow from old known contact problem of mechanics.
But what boundary condition do you use?
Above first maybe первый slide. And next. Because roll moves, we has the maximal stresses in points, contact points, and the half with contact area follows from the formula 2. It's a solution of the contact problems. And then we use the condition 8, where the temperature in the area of contact is equal to temperature of roll, and the outside the interval adiabatic conditions or heat exchange with environment.
Yeah, that I missed, sorry.
More questions?
Mr. Knyazeva, thanks a lot for your very impressive report. Roll treatment is the surface treatment, but you treated the composites. Is any limit of size of composite for the effective treatment by the roll all volume of the material?
In real conditions of the technology, the size, the size of the specimen is more large than the thickness of layers. And after 3 layers, we can use the next layer, and the heating of the layer due to thermal conductivity happens. And in each stage, we describe only one stage, 3 and more layer. Если я отвечу по-русски, можно? Да. Значит, речь идет о технологии получения композита, да, слоевого. И каждый раз у нас, ну, имеется там несколько слоев, которые мы обрабатываем с помощью этого ролла, который нагревается и придается тепло за счет теплопроводности в тот слой, в котором происходят какие-то структурные превращения. Этот слой прошли, потом мы наносим следующий слой, тоже с помощью такого же. И опять же, все процессы происходят в основном в верхних слоях, а ниже то, что с теплопроводностью осуществляется. Дальше для того, чтобы эту технологию использовать, ну, осуществляется лазерная резка вот этого слоевого композита. Но это тоже отдельная задача. Это вид аддитивной технологии, да. Это самая старая технология, которая была предложена именно в области аддитивки, когда еще не было лазерных технологий. Да, послойно.
More questions? No, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Professor Kulkova with the talk Ab-Initio investigations of metal ceramic interfaces and their boundary conditions.
Dear colleagues, just a minute. I'm sorry with this problem. I would like to tell you about our common investigation with scientists from Stuttgart, from Institute of Materials Testings, Material Science and Strength of Materials, from Department of Professor Schmauder. Exactly, I work with Dr. Hocker, and my first visit was connected with help to this scientist to give him representation about Ab-Initio approach and about use of these methods in material science. In my presentation, I would like to give a brief representation about our several works. And our first works was connected with metal ceramics interface. It is very interesting that first paper about niobium alumina interface was performed in Stuttgart by Professor Kruse. And this paper was published in 1996. So the calculation of interface physics is very new subject in material science. And several words about approach. In experiments, tensile drop experiments gives adhesion energy of interface through contact angle. You can see this contact angle, it connected with surface and interface characteristic. Actually, it is very difficult to get this information from experiment and much easy to use for calculation, use as usual Dupré equations. It's given here. And but this information much easier to get from theoretical investigations. These equations for ideal work of adhesions, we can use only surface energy and contact angle. But in theoretical approach, we need to know for work of separation is work which allow to divided materials in contact for two free surfaces. And we can estimate total energy of supercell containing single slab of materials, one or two pure materials separated by vacuum, and interface total energy of these materials in contact. This method is used in different calculation, and we started with such calculations in 2007. And the models which use for such calculations are given here, and you can see that it is possible to use computational cell with grain boundary periodical grain boundary conditions without vacuum and with vacuum. Both models have some drawbacks, and this model is more preferential because we can resolve here the problem with interface physics, with interface distance. In this model, it is much difficult to do, and sometimes interface distances is underestimated or overestimated. And our first results was connected with niobium alumina as test. And actually, we have several termination of aluminum oxide, and we investigate adhesion independence on different configuration of metal film. Our results are summarized here, and here you can see the comparison with available results. Actually, the good adhesion was found in case of niobium films on oxygen-terminated interface. Further, we investigate the influence of defects on the adhesion and show at the first time that vacancy, for example, oxygen vacancy in the second layer from interface leads to small change in adhesion, but adhesion down low strongly if oxygen vacancy located in the surface layer, interfaces layer. We use for interpretation of such results, for interpretation the bonding at the interface, we use some electronic characteristics such as charge density distribution, density of states, and other many tools we use for such estimations of strength of bonding at interface. And here you can see that here is metallic bonding between niobium and alumina atoms, but here from oxygen you can see that the bonding have primarily ionic characters. Here you can see the density of states, and one thing which I would like to show you is connected for strong change of oxygen band towards the Fermi level if niobium film is considered on oxygen terminated alumina surface. So these characteristics help us to understand the mechanism responsible for bonding at the interface. We performed many such calculations for different metal films, independence of crystal structure, FCC or BCC, and found that adhesion depends strongly on crystal structure of materials. In particular, in case, for example, FCC metals, you can see that adhesion has smaller values. Second, our papers, which was performed in my first visit also, is connected with zirconia interface, but this task was more complicated because we considered magnetic films such as nickel or iron and layers which can be formed between these two components. It is necessary to say that the magnetic structure of this layer is very complicated. And we study this magnetic structure also. And more, we found that adhesion can depend strongly on magnetic states of separate atoms. Here you can see that the values, the difference between adhesion and on O-terminated surface or zirconia-terminated surface is not so large as in case, for example, niobium films on oxygen terminated and aluminum terminated surface. And I would like to show you this very interesting curve, and you can see the that on zirconia termination, in case of unusual magnetic properties of ferrum atoms at interface ferrum atoms, we have the decrease of work of adhesion, strong decrease of work of adhesion, because in this case some atoms have anti-parallel magnetic moment, but others have the normal magnetic moment. You know this very, very interesting problem because iron, this system with two magnetic states, with high magnetic moment and with low magnetic moment. So our calculations allow to understand the mechanism of bonding and how we can predict how impurity can influence on the strength on adhesion at a different interface. However, this is very expensive task. You can see that how many calculations I performed in my first visit. About 330 tasks. So it is necessary to have good computer. You know that computer in Stuttgart is enough good, but this calculation I carry out in our computer in Tomsk. I was in Germany, but I use a computer, new supercomputer in Tomsk. I was wondering, but our computer work much better. I would like, sorry. Here you can see additional publication, which I don't mention it in my short presentation, but we investigate many structure and we establish many very interesting peculiarities in this interface physics. This task was simulated by Dr. Hocker. This is tensile strength task, and we found very interesting things in this work because, we found that, for example, that metal films can have different stacking configurations, and this influence on adhesion at interface also. This task was performed by 3 persons, and during 2 months we intensive calculate on different computer in Stuttgart and in Tomsk. My student was involved in these calculations also. Here you can see the we performed test calculation because for tensile strength we need to have interface with one interface. So it was necessary to understand how different model which we use influence on the adhesion properties. And we found that our model is in good agreement with our former results. Here you can see the energy displacement curves. some peculiarities are here that are connected with change of crystal structure of materials, because, for example, these atoms which are located here, but for this point, he is in this layer. Here you can see the stress displacement relations. Our result was in good agreement with available data for copper alumina interface. And we also tried to explain using our electronic characteristic. And here, very interesting result, but this is a normal result that with increase of distance between components, the electron depletion energy increases here with small displacement and here with large displacement. Also, we analyze for BCC and for FCC metal films. And here you can see results for FCC materials. And you can see here we use in plane strain. And it was very interesting things, very interesting finding that in case of aluminum interface, the influence in plane strain is considerably higher than in case, for example, copper. Because before, very contradictory result was published. Very interesting work was performed recently, because in spite of DFG do not support our project, we continue to work with Professor Schmauder and with Dr. Hocker, and we communicate every week during our investigations. This work was suggested by Dr. Hocker also, and you can see why it is necessary to investigate cobalt tantal carbide interface, because many interesting things you can see. And our task was to understand the influence of rhenium on adhesion strengths also. Here you can see the surface lattice with the orientation of surface lattice was used from experimental, and the number is number of cobalt atom which can be replaced by rhenium. Our result demonstrate here you can see also electronic structure which allow us to understand the bonding. For example, you can see that cobalt carbon bonding is much stronger than bonding of cobalt atom with tantal. And in case of rhenium, this bonding is stronger. And we found the interface structure with high adhesion, but difference is not so strong, so large, but this interface structure with rhenium on cobalt two side is found to be more preferential and give high adhesion also. And here we use new tools for estimation of strengths between atoms. This is also called crystal orbital Hamilton populations methods. And you can see that in case of rhenium, the strength bond of significant larger than in case of tantal cobalt, for example. Here, the same results for carbon metal bonding. So we demonstrate that rhenium can lead to strengthening of interface. It was published in a very, very good journal also. And several publications was performed in last year also, also connected with interface strengths. This is titanium alumina interface with titanium oxide. This task is apparent because titan alumina alloys are used, have good mechanical properties and used for high temperature applications, but corrosion resistance is not so good for high temperature. And the problem how to increase the corrosion resistance. This was a subject for our second project in DFD, which was not supported. And we step by step considered different aspects which can influence on corrosion resistance. Because you know that addition of impurity can improve, for example, interface strength can influence on hydrogen adsorption and can influence on diffusion. And all these aspects we considered in our common investigations. Here we receive results for this oxide because titanium and aluminum oxide can form it on the surface of alloys, and mixed oxide scale is reason for low corrosion resistance. But we estimate the adhesion on interface and found that this is enough small adhesion and alumina terminated in case of alumina terminated alloys, and more higher values we obtain in case of titanium terminated alloys. Second paper was connected with titanium alumina and alumina interface, and you can see that considerable higher values of adhesion can be achieved on O terminated oxide. So the strength in case of aluminum oxide is much higher, как in our first paper, in case of niobium films or other films. Here we also considered many metal configuration, and we considered the appearance, the influence of metal layers on adhesion strength. Moreover, we received that the number of layers influence differently on adhesion, and actually this diagram demonstrate that the weak place and interface is the place interface between alloy and metal, or the cracks can appearance within intermediate metals. We also investigate the influence of oxygen layers, because with increase of impurity concentration, the formation of metal oxide, intermediate metal oxide appearance at interface. And we show that this is effect have more negative influence, because the cracks can appearance within this intermediate layer. So the appearance, the high concentration is not good for adhesion and alumina, adhesion between oxide alloy interface. In very interesting paper, which was published in Applied Surface Science, was performed recently also. This is impurity influence on oxygen adsorption on this surface. Actually, we investigate, but without our German scientists' influence on other surfaces and independence of alumina or titanium content. Here is interesting fact that impurity can be near impurity can be on different sublattice, on titanium or aluminum sublattice, and we considered the place, oxygen adsorption place, which are near of these impurity atoms. And very interesting results was obtained. For example, we established that all impurities on titanium sublattice lead to decrease of adsorption energy, but this decrease is less for atoms of 4B, 6B team. Actually, these atoms, these additions lead to increase of corrosion resistance. And in case of these impurities on alumina lattice, we received the increase in adsorption energy. And this is very interesting diagrams which illustrate the mechanism of influence of impurity on adsorption energy. For this goal, we suggest new interpretation. We divided the change in adsorption energy into contribution. First contribution is interaction contributions, or how impurity influence on titanium oxygen interactions. And second is so-called thermodynamic contributions. This result of our answer for very, very good reviewer remarks. He would like to know about impurity, okay, on stability, surface stability, or interactions. And we found the answer and illustrate of this good diagram. And this diagram demonstrate that in case of impurity in the first position of oxygen, actually interaction, this contribution determine adsorption energy, but in case of impurity on alumina position, far from oxygen, thermodynamic contributions is more important. I have no time to illustrate other tasks, but we have also very interesting task about hydrogen influence on grain boundary cohesions. We demonstrate that hydrogen can influence on Griffith's work, and we illustrate which mechanism is responsible for hydrogen enbrittlement. And moreover, we illustrate that the change of Griffith's work decreases in the set of these alloys. And we illustrate also how carbon and boron addition can increase the grain boundary cohesions. We spent many calculations, and we demonstrate how a number of hydrogen, how atoms influence of grain boundary cohesion, and together with carbon or boron addition, and we demonstrate the effect of boron in the presence of hydrogen is much better rather than carbon influence. So this is a representation, short representation about our work. I would like to say that we write together the charter in books, and we write together around 20 papers starting with 2008. Thank you for your attention. The last my visit was in 2019 before coronavirus, and we can visit our German friends also, because we include in different projects, but we cannot use such. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very interesting lecture. We have time for one, maybe two questions. I have a question. I know that Professor Schmauder deals with multi-scale simulations. And do you have any idea how to transfer some properties? I don't know, maybe adhesion from atomistic to larger scale.
Yes, of course. Because before my visit, Dr. Hocker have deal with molecular dynamic simulations. And the main idea was to get potential from Ab-Initio calculations. He resolved this project and sometimes use this potential in his simulation. And in our paper in Philosophical Magazine, we demonstrate how Ab-Initio input data can be used in multi-scale simulation also. So the experience Ab-Initio together with molecular dynamics is very, very useful for such calculations, for good calculation in material science. And it is very busy if Dr. Hocker cannot continue his work in department of Professor Schmauder because problem with grants from DVG.
Thank you. Thank you very much again.
Niels Bohr, who suggested the quantization of the movement in atoms, liked Westerns, adventure films. And he said, I can believe that the hero appears at the critical moment, at the right place, just before the bridge is breaking and saves the beautiful girl. But he said, I cannot believe that at the same moment, the camera team was at the same place and could film all this. Yeah. But this miracle is possible. Over many years, we had collaboration and we were in different places in Russia, in expeditions and so on. And after that, I was very astonished to know that everything was filmed. In most cases, I did not notice it. And this miracle is due to Johannes Thaten. He was the head of the experimental laboratories and a workshop at the Institute of Mechanics, followed by Yasminka. And he participated in all expeditions and workshops and so on, just many times with his own presentations, but somehow he could also. Yes.
Well, my first visit to Tomsk was in the year 2006. And it was a remarkable year because our stay was prepared by Angela Merkel and Vladimir Putin. They met together here to give the German-Russian relations a reliable basis. And I think Professor Popov told the first visits of Russian scientists in Berlin started in the middle of the 90s. And at the beginning, there were mostly Russian scientists coming to Germany, but I think meanwhile, the visits are in both directions. In the year 2007, we started with the first student group. And here we have again one group for a lecture with Professor Popov and Jasmika Starchevich. And I think many people have met together. There was an exchange of scientific results, but there also was an exchange of human relations. And my movie tries to show both sides, but more the human aspect. These are probably very few things. The most valuable are the human and scientific relationships over the past years.
Johannes. Question. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, for this beautiful film. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pity that it took the end, but yeah, of course, we were limited. Thank you, Varia, for singing. Yeah, so, and now we have the lunch break until. Yeah, there is suggestion to make the photo of the participants of this workshop. We have the great conference in front of the building. Yeah. So just now we first go together in front of the building, take a photo, and after that lunch.
it was published probably less than 1 month ago in the Journal of Polymers. So you can find the full version of this study at the pages of this MDPI journal. But anyway, today with us are Dmitry Buslovich, Vlad Aleksenko, and Lu Jiankun. So who are the authors? And probably Lyudmila Lisana is also with us. So what are we going to talk about? Yeah, we are going to talk about this this material. So polyimide. So it is a high-tech plastics with excellent mechanical properties. So just to motivate our study, let me show you this pyramid of structural plastics. And polyimide is nearly at the top of this pyramid. So it means it is ultra-high performance polymer. So it can be used at temperatures nearly let me say 250 Celsius degrees. So, and it can operate at this temperature for a long time. So it also possesses high strength, and it is also used for manufacturing of bearings, various parts of friction pairs, and so on. And what is the problem if we use this material in a neat form? So it experiences a very high wear. And so the mechanism of wear is adhesive one, and you can see how this kind of wear happens. So it is just I mean first introduction. So what we are going to talk about, I will give some details about materials and methods we used in the study. I will briefly explain experimental techniques, and then I will characterize the microstructure, mechanical properties, tribological properties performed at two schemes, pin on disc and ball on ring. So we will have a side look over the analysis of transfer films, and then we'll compare results of this test. So we will discuss the data in terms of performed scratch test, and we'll give some information on numerical simulation just to understand what has happened in the study, just to catch the key idea, and I will summarize with the conclusion. So we have, I have already motivated you on the importance of this study in terms of materials used. So let me explain what is the idea to apply this kind of polymer in friction pairs. So since we are going to apply this type of polymer in conjugation or tribological conjugation with metals without any lubrication, so first of all we have to load there some solid lubricants, and so most spread are Teflon, graphite, molybdenum disulfide, and so on. A lot of kinds of nanoparticles, but we will concentrate on these three types in this study. And besides the solid lubricants, we are going to enforce this type of polymers with carbon fibers, probably not the cheapest, but the simplest way. And you can find a lot of brands and a lot of materials of this, composites of this type available for various industrial applications. So in this case, by loading solid lubricants, we solve the problem of wear resistance, and by loading with carbon fibers, we solve the problem of enforcement. So what did motivate us for this study? So for sure, there are a lot of standards, a lot of schemes for tribological tests. And if you have a look at, in the research papers, so you will find that pin on disc is one of the most spread, and so the result of this test. So I cannot guarantee, but more than probably 20% of papers are dedicated to using this particular type of testing. So what is of interest there? We have very high specific pressure there, and as a rule, the ball that is used for sliding has very low roughness, so it is very smooth. Another scheme that is used, but probably it is widely spread in the industry, but it's a little bit different. So here we have the polymer at the bottom, and we have the counterpart as a metal or ceramic ball at the top. So here for block on ring scheme, we have the polymer on the top. It has the shape of block, and here we have a metal ring. So we took the ball from commercial bearing, and we took this ring also in the form of commercial bearing. But what is interesting, the roughness here, the surface roughness of the outer ring of the bearing is 1 order of magnitude higher in contrast with the ball. So it was like an initial conditions, and also here, since the specific pressure is lower, so also the difference in specific pressure is about also 1 order of magnitude. What else is of interest here? So when the ball is running around the polymer, so it meets the solid lubricant particles everywhere on this track. But if we slide with this ring over the polymeric specimen, so we have the constant contact point. So, and in this case, we can postulate, like a shortage of solid lubricant particles, because they are, let me say, they are in a limited number, in contrast with a lot of them located all around this wear track. So that is the difference, the key differences between these two schemes, and we are going to discuss how the difference in the schemes, how the difference in testing conditions, so will affect wear resistance of the same composites. So we use Teflon, we use graphite, and we use molybdenum disulfide in this, in the same weight fraction, and we used chopped carbon fibers to enforce the polymer. So we use pin on disc and we use block on ring, 2 schemes for the test. So just to give you more visual information about the results. So here is the powder of polyimide, so about 60 micrometers in size, and that is carbon fibers, and these are 3 types of solid lubricant particles. They were somehow comparable. So if you talk about the Teflon, it was about 3 micrometers in diameter. So the molybdenum disulfide was with some scatter or dispersion, also about the same, and graphite was also nearly of the same size. So that is the materials used for preparation of the specimens. Here is just a brief schematic how to prepare the specimen with the dispersion please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question on the simulation results. You mentioned you introduced porosity. So how did you consider it as a direct geometrical introduction of the pores in the matrix geometrically, or it was some effective medium concept? And if it's the second one, what was the model for the effective medium? Thank you.
The pores were introduced directly. So if you have a look at this pattern, so for this particular reason, we artificially introduce the roughness just within the mesh to be able to make them compressed. In terms of the fibers, so I must confess, so it is still a problem for us to simulate composite fibers because at the contact surface, there is very high stress drop between them, and the mesh must be, it is damaged, it is deformed largely. So at the moment we are not, within our model, within our software, we are not able to study the composite field with carbon fiber. But for course they. What was the software? So it is our own software, so standard part of our team. Right. Thank you very much.
Any other question? And what is the range of operating temperatures for this composite?
So last month we performed the biological test for this composite at high temperature in Tomsk State University. So it was stable till 240 Celsius degrees. So it means for the long time it might operate. So above 250 it will melt. So it won't operate. So let me. So the melting temperature is 340, but operation temperature about 250. But it is quite good for polymer.
And what about lower bound?
Physically based simulation for the deformation behavior of additive manufactured materials within micromechanics.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Ekaterina Dymnich. I'm third-year PhD student of Institute of Strength Physics and Material Science. I work in a research team with Professor Romanova and Professor Balakhonov. And as it was nicely introduced, my presentation is concentrated on physically based simulation for the deformation behavior of additively manufactured materials within micromechanics. And this work is very suitable for this seminar because this work is made by two research teams within a collaboration with Institute of Strength Physics and Material Science and University of Bremen. And I have the word materials here because the proposed strategy that we implement, and this strategy can be implemented in the similar problems regardless the chemical composition of used material, of used powder. And but anyway, in this work we used aluminum silicon 10 magnesium La. So a few words about the background. During the last decade, I would say 1 decade or two, additive manufacturing has become one of the most promising technique for constantly increasing number of applications. Often it has significant competitive advantages so compared to, for example, traditional subtractive alloys. Subtractive techniques. Disadvantages, first of all, include ability to reproduce easily customizable complex shape parts, as well as reduced consumption of raw materials, as well as reduced time of constructing the final part, which can lead to, of course, some positive economic aspects. There are several categories of metal additive manufacturing, depending, first of all, of the type of used materials, depending on the type of joining this material together, and of course, really depends on the requirements to the geometry of the final part. However, nowadays, one of the most widely used category is laser powder bed fusion, which includes electron beam melting, selective laser sintering, and selective laser melting, which we are concentrated on. But today, real life says that metal additive manufacturing is this widely spreading is still limited due to the number of unsolved scientific and industrial challenges. And in this work, we try to contribute in overcoming at least one of them. Selective laser melting implies the process where high power laser melts one layer of metal powder. After a new layer of powder is added on previously melted zone, and the process repeats until the final part is built. Extremely high cooling and heating rates during this process give rise to a formation of a complex hierarchical anisotropic microstructure. And the presence of this hierarchical microstructure is limiting factor in terms of covering the full understanding of the deformation behavior of such materials. Along with this limiting factor, there are some more, including poorly defined linkage between process parameters, structures, and mechanical properties. Also, there are some specific for selective laser melting defects that can originate in very beginning of the process, and currently high price of the final products as also limiting factor to widespreading of the technology. Let me give some more details about structural features of the aluminum, silicon, and magnesium fabricated by selective laser melting. At intragrain scale, we have dendritic structure, where dendrites are penetrated by continuous dense network, these white lines of eutectic interlayers with silicon particles. Despite the fact that sorry, can you hear me? Yes. Despite the fact that the casted alloy of the same chemical composition also have dendritic structure, we can see it here. But the size of dendritic cells is tenfold even larger than that in the alloy fabricated by selective laser melting. At the grain scale, we can observe spatial areas, so-called melt pools. These areas have two specific grains, I would say grains type. In the melt pool center, we can observe elongated grains with a cube texture. These grains formed in this area because of the high power laser acting and because of the direction of thermal gradient. And along the multiple boundaries, we can observe small unaxial grains without any preferential orientation. And here we can see fish scale structure. And there are a lot of melt pools are quite notable. Our colleague from Bremen University developed a physically based strategy approach, how to simulate previously described hierarchical complex grain structure. They have coupled two solutions of two problems. One problem is a solution of the heat transfer problem. And the second problem was the problem of how to fill the computational domain with grains. The first problem was solved by finite difference method, and the problem of reproducing the kinetics of grain growth was solved by cellular automaton method. The resulting microstructure excellent covers all structural features like grain morphology, texture, the size and shapes of melt pools, and perfectly in a perfect agreement with the experimental data. So this microstructural model was implemented in Abaqus Explicit to simulate its quasi-static loading. As a constitutive equations, we use a crystal plasticity model because it allows to being physically based. It allows us to take into account grain orientations, and we can describe some effects associated with slip gliding on active slip systems. Uniaxial loading was like loadings are applied along 3 directions, along build, scan, and transverse directions. So in fact, there were 3 different simulations with different directions of tensile loading to analyze how this microstructure react, and to show the deformation behavior of this alley. So homogenized stress strain curves shows us no pronounced anisotropy, depending on the type of loading. But we can see, like in contrast to this curve, the von Mises stress distributions developing under tangent along build, scan, and transverse direction. They demonstrate evident difference. All of them are quite like these fields are quite inhomogeneous. But if you put attention on the model loading along build direction, we can see that this inhomogeneity is quite stronger for this model. On this slide, von Mises stress field is presented only for the model loaded along build direction. We can see that in the multiple center, grains experience lower stresses compared to those in the multiple boundaries. We associate this effect with different grain orientation in these 2 areas. To support this idea, we made some kind of statistical analysis, and on the bottom, you can see frequency count distributions for the von Mises stress value. There are 2 peaks which can be associated with exact these 2 grain groups that make a contribution into this state. Also, we have analyzed the contribution of the components of stress tensor. So macroscopically, it is obvious that only one component of stress tensor must be non-zero in terms of uniaxial tension. But what we can see here, yes, the sigma BD, which is like main component in this case, make the largest contribution because it is in the direction of uniaxial tension. But for and yes, it is symmetrical in respect to the average stress level. But for the other 2 components, we can see that it's symmetrical relative to 0, but its positive and negative deviations are comparable to the levels that can contributed by sigma BD. This can be observed. This can be described as in the loading direction, we have regions of compression and tangents in one time. I would say that we can these conclusions and these results are valid for the stress distributions in the cases of other type of loading, but it's worth noticing that for the model loading along transverse direction, we can see the opposite picture. And here we can see that the most of the grains experience highest stresses compared to the other two models. Okay, to sum up, it's worth noticing that the stress distribution really depend on the loading direction, and we can depict some conclusion. First of all, despite the fact that the sample is subjected to uniaxial loading, to uniaxial tension, a complex stress strain stress state occurs, and at the grain scale, yes, and all components of stress tensors significantly contribute to the whole state. And also, stress fields demonstrate two different regions of lower and higher stresses, which corresponds to two types of grain orientations. And the final idea is that the structure and texture make a material like a two-phase composite, with combining phases with lower and higher mechanical properties. Although it doesn't really affect your homogenized response, it could be, for example, a reason of early microcrack nucleation, for example. Thank you. Thank you for your question. And sorry, I can hear only first part of the question about porosity. Yes, porosity, it's quite undesirable effect in such kind of materials. And in our alloy, we have, I think, 99% of density. So, and porosity is negligible in this kind of model, and it doesn't really affect to the whole picture. Yes, of course, but in this model we have like quite low porosity, and we consider it to be not so significant.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question on the model, mathematical model. So this problem, selective laser melting, is definitely two-phase states. You have a fluid flow in the melting bath, and you have a solid phase around.
Yes.
Due to then you have a process of phase transitions, and this phase transition process from the fluid phase state to the solid one is accompanied also by some energy change, and also, which is more importantly, accompanied by the internal stresses and internal strains which occur during the phase transition. So my question is not only plasticity, which you showed in the model, should be taken into account, maybe also phase transitions. What do you think about it? And also the second question related to this one, did you verify your results? Verify or maybe validate even? Thank you.
Yes, if you don't mind, I will start with the second one. Yes, of course, we have validated our model with experimental data. I didn't pay any attention on this one, but here you can see that we have calibrated the model with experimental data, and it is in the perfect the perfect coinciding with. So yes, and for the first question, yes, it's quite interesting, but I would say that we are not that into the topic like to cover all these effects. Of course, there are a lot of things that we can consider, and we have prospects of consider some kind of things, except including what you have said. And in the future, yeah, we can do this and we can consider.
Okay, so you in the prospects, you were promised to deal with fructography.
What? Sorry, what? Yes, we. Okay, that's really interesting question, because to say how far we are, it's not like that easy to answer. But I think, me personally think that we have to cover some more trial stuff. For example, we have to first of all cover some kind of silicon particle distributions, and we have to modify and to develop the mechanisms of strengthening mechanisms, and after that we can dream that we can go there.
Can I ask the question? Did you use some special model for grain boundaries?
Not really.
So you consider grain boundaries as
yes.
low angle and equilibrium, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Раз. Нет?
The next presentation will be done by Margarita Kiric from the Material Science. Correction phase composition forward from molybdenum alloy affected by the integration of composite powder and alloy.
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present you the brief results obtained by the whole team of authors you may see on the screen. And today I would like to talk a little bit about laser powder bed fusion. So as probably some of you know, 66% weight of cobalt, 28% weight of chrome, and 6% weight of molybdenum is the alloy, which has very cool, very great properties such as heat, corrosion, and wear resistant. And due to those properties, this alloy is applied in lots of spheres of industries, technologies, science, so on. So like aerospace, industry, medicine, dentistry, production of some implants and surgical prostheses and new materials development and so on. It is lots of stuffs. And as I guess all of here sitting people know, additive manufacturing is a very up-to-date, very modern sort of methods allowing to produce some new materials, some new properties, something individual with fantastic properties, so on. And laser powder bed fusion is one of the methods of additive manufacturing. And this method allows to produce some individual, products with unique shape, with unique size, geometry, properties, and everything else. But it has its own very hard rules, which should be, followed. So here are the rules, the most important rules, which we should, follow. First of all, it is a powder requirements to the powder material, which you use for the fusion, for the melting, if you want. So it must be spherical shape, particle size between the 5 or 70 micrometers. Powder must be flowable with a certain required phase composition depending on your aims and purposes, and the uniformal elemental composition and everything else. And well, yeah, that is really hard. The next one is the mode of laser powder bed fusion, and it also includes lots of stuff such as process atmosphere. It might be nitrogen, argon, or high vacuum, or maybe air or something else. Also preheating of the substrate of the chamber, of the atmosphere, of everything. Parameters of the beam, which could be, power or scanning velocity or diameter of your beam or something else. Strategies of scanning connected with the rotation of your samples, of your layers and everything else, and conditions of cooling, of course, which which could change the phase composition, first of all, your properties of the product and so on. And the final one, and not the least important, is post-treatment, which is normal for the additive manufacturing and laser powder bed fusion in particular. And the most important is an absence of the defects. Well, who needs the defective material, yeah? Absence or maybe presence of porosity, if we're talking about medical, some surgical implants, for example, hip replacement implants, they required sort of porosity, but it must be very, concrete, very certain porosity. Also elimination of residual traces and the control of shape. So post-treatment includes lots of processes, for example, thermal treatment, or maybe hot isostatic pressing, or some, polishing or etching or painting, drawing, something like this. So it is very hard process, requires lots of different stuffs. And we decided to, more detailed study the very first one in present works, of course. So spherical powder, as I guess all of you know, is the best variant to apply, to use in the laser powder bed fusion. So spherical powder, spherical particle shape and uniformal distribution and single phase state with the stabilized high temperature, for example, phases and so on. Everything of this is produced by the methods of spheroidization. There are lots amount of those, for example, plasma atomization or centrifugal spheroidization, and so on. But it has some very specific, points. Like I don't know, maybe some of you have seen. I've seen the atomizer for the plasma atomization, and it is huge installation. It is a single certain huge room with a huge installation side, and this requires tons of powder and I don't know, some specific conditions of application of using it. and it is very hard, and it is very expensive. And one of the most important points is that if you want very good product, very pure product, you have to use only one certain powder for one atomizer. So if you are working with the stainless steel, this atomizer will work only with stainless steel and nothing else. If you want to change your powder to the, I don't know, titanium, you need to go to another one atomizer to use the another powder. So it is very expensive. And in scientific purposes, it is not very convenient, you know, to use that huge parties of powder. So there are alternative methods, and one of the most, you know, not most widespread, but it is already known and it is already applied by other people and by us too. It is mechanical alloying. It is when you use some, for example, ball mills, and you produce not the spherical, but rounded shape of particles. You have the uniformal distribution of components, and well, you will not probably obtain your single-phased state, but you will get some formed solid solutions, for example, or maybe you will stabilize some non-equilibrium phases in your powder. So it is applicable, it might be used. And other method is, well, not so widely used also. It is ordinary, usual mixing of your powders. So you just take your powder and mix them, for example, in the ultrasonic bath or by sieves, and you will get, well, just uniformal mixture and nothing else. So in our research, we decided to, you know, take the various modes of mechanical alloying to produce laser powder bed fusion samples from them and from the commercial powder as the reference material, to compare them and to, you know, make a post-treatment sort of. Here is our reference material. It is, well, spherical powder, single-phased with the stabilized high temperature gamma phase of cobalt chrome molybdenum alloy with a uniformal distribution of components and with some acceptable silicon and manganese presence. And our very initial powders are cobalt with very not spherical particles, with some sort of pollutions, well, but still single-phased, and it is cobalt, yeah. Also chrome particle, chrome powder with still not spherical particles, and molybdenum with the same, you know, characteristics. So what did we do? We took 66 weight% of cobalt, 28 weight% of chrome, and 6 weight% of molybdenum, put them into the sieves with the mesh size of 2070 micrometers. We sieved it, and then we put it into the high energy planetary ball mill with a few drops of ethyl alcohol, you know, as a non-sticking agent, and performed the mechanical alloying during various duration, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 30, 60, and yeah, minutes in argon and in air atmospheres. And here are results of our mechanical alloying. You know, before the 14 minutes, it is even not interesting to explain about 6 to 4 minutes because it is not even mixturing. So as you may see here, we can observe the start of the real mixturing. So each particle contains all three the components, but we still observe the particles where the main component is cobalt or maybe chrome or maybe molybdenum. We observed all three phases on the X-ray diffraction pattern, and also we observed the traces of plastic deformation in our particles. Yeah, and it should be mentioned, non-uniform distribution of components, of course, some oxygen pollution, which is normal because we, did it in the air, and irregular shape of particle. Yes, of course. The next one interesting result is 30 minutes in argon atmosphere. As you may see here, we observe the round-like shape of particles, and each particle is represented by, well, it is not represented, it is an agglomerate. Each particle is an agglomerate consisting of small, tiny real particles of all the three components, and distribution of all the components is uniformal, as you may see. And some very small oxygen pollution, which might be connected with the presence of oxygen in the very initial powders, in the initial cobalt and molybdenum, which we were talking about before. The next is 40 minutes. Well, as you may see, the large conglomerates, they have already not even rounded like shape. They are irregular. So it is connected with the peculiarities of the mechanical alloying. Particles are dropped and composed again. So here we observe some irregular shaped conglomerates with 3 phases and, well, uniform distribution of the component. But here we are starting observing the slight iron pollution from the vials, from the balls. After 16 minutes, we observe again round-like particles, 3 phases, uniform distribution, and very hard iron pollution from the ball mill. So it is not very good. It is actually totally not good. So 30 minutes in argon, it is good enough to try, melt. And 40 minutes in air is rather interesting. Here is, picture of the installation and principal scheme. It is custom-made installation produced by my colleagues and my co-authors. So here is the mode of laser powder bed fusion. Well, it should be noted that in our case, we used the only one mode for all the samples. We could compare the results to everything would be, the same. And that's why in some samples we obtained porosity between 12 or 20 not micrometers, but volume percent. It is really large amount, but still the results are comparable. So here is our reference material. It is uniform with short porosity, single-phased with the low temperature phase, epsilon, and micro hardness between 4.8 and 5.6 GPa. 40 minutes of mechanical alloying in air atmosphere powder we used to produce samples. And as probably application of backscattered electrons during scanning electron microscopy allows you to see compounds having various density. If your compound has large density, you will see light contrast. In our case, this is inclusion of molybdenum. If your compound has low density, you will see the dark contrast, and in our case, it is chrome inclusion. And I'm not sure if you see this, but all those inclusions have sort of traces where contrast is slightly changed. And in those traces, the composition, well, could be corresponded to all those, phases. Very hard. Presence of those inclusions, it is obvious because we used the powder where distribution of components was not uniform. This inhomogeneity was even in the powder. So after the alloying, we observed the same result. And the difference of micro hardness, as you may see, it changed from 3.3 up to 7.8 GPa. Well, it is rather bigger, this range, than in previous case, as you may see, but it could be explained too by the presence of those inclusions. They have different hardness. So the next one is the powder alloyed during 30 minutes in argon. As you may see, we observe also inclusions, but in this case, elemental compositions of those inclusions, it was represented by chrome and oxygen, but on the X-ray diffraction pattern, we did not observe oxide phases. So these inclusions are some oxides which are not detected by XRD. Also, it was almost 50 volume percent. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Also, we observed the molybdenum inclusions, but its volume fraction was not higher than 10 volume percent. I guess about 5 or even 4. And micro hardness was from 3.0 to 4.9 dpa. We decided to look through the references, to look through the published literature, and find out that some authors propose, to use post-treatment to remove all the inclusions we might observe in our samples. And after some search, we found the mode of annealing as a post-treatment for the elimination of those inclusions. And it was 10 hours of annealing at the temperature of 1050 centigrades. So as we may see, inclusions are still here, but their amount of those inclusions is not higher than 10 volume percent. And on the XRD pattern, they are already the oxide of chrome and not something else. And also the size of those inclusions became really smaller. So probably if we would anneal our samples not during 10, but during 20 hours, we will probably not see those particles. But we will find out this a little bit later. And as you may see, the micro hardness varies from 3.9 up to 5.3 GPa. And this result is comparable to the results obtained for the reference material in our case. Well, conclusion, we analyzed 5 different powder materials produced by various methods, which are commercial spherical powder, mechanically alloyed during 40 minutes in air, mechanically alloyed in argon atmosphere during 30, 40, and 60 minutes. And we selected from those only 2 to produce the samples. Also, mechanical alloying is the method which allows us to produce powder material, which could be applied for the laser powder bed fusion. Also, application for LPBF, the mechanical alloyed during 40 minutes powder, allows the formation of samples with inclusions of chrome and molybdenum, and well, with a very wide range of micro hardness. 30 minutes of mechanical alloying allows the formation of the composite powder with uniform distribution of components, which could be could be used in the LPBF, with the results of formation the main epsilon phase and the oxide phase distributed throughout the bulk of the produced sample. And 10 hours annealing leads to the partial dissolution of our oxide phase and to the increasing of micro hardness up to the values comparable with the reference one. So I guess that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you have some questions, please.
Hello? What are the prospects? You used commercial powders and you treat them and so on. And what then? What is then?
Actually, we're trying to, to find alternative for the commercial method, but cheaper and faster and easier to produce. And we're trying to make it, you know, maybe not perfect, but better, not the something result, but better, the result which could be really used.
And is it potentially cheaper or not?
Yeah, definitely. It is really cheaper. Well, atomization is a very expensive method. And if you need, you know, 20 grams of powder, you will not get it. You will get 20 kilos of powder. If you want some cheap variant, and if you really can use it, then you may use the ball mill and produce 20 grams.
And can you easily, how to say, what about scalability of this method to industrial? Is it possible?
Why not? Ball mills, they are not only, you know, our one is less than this surface, like, you know, 3/4 of this surface. But there exist and of course, they allow you to, you know, to produce huge amount of powder. But still, you need to vary your mode, of course, depending on the kind of ball mill.
Okay. Any other question? Well, thank you very much for nice presentation. And the next speaker is Johannes Thaten from
Yes. This presentation is just part of a project we did together with a company who was producing rail dampers. And so it's not a fundamental research, but it has just special topics from the practice. And what we did is just a smaller part. But I think it was very important to do that. Perhaps at the end of my presentation, you will say, oh, what a simple result. But that was just the goal. And the way was rather extinguished, you will see. Now we just have an outline, but I won't explain every points here. We will come to them. At first, I give you a small overview on what we are doing in our institute, just in combination with this topic. You see, we make measurements of vibrations on buildings and machines. Left, you see a bridge, or for example, the roof of the Sony Center, or other things where we measured frequencies, dampings, and also forces, and so on. And the next is material and structural behavior in our laboratory or outside. We also measure frictions, but that has not to do with this topic. Especially in our case, the aim is to reduce noise level of rails. Especially when trains are going around a curve, you have a large loud screaming, and that should be reduced by such dampers. But the problem here is they are working very well, but nobody knows really why. And the dimensioning, above all, is done by trial and error, nothing else. And it is still so. I don't understand it, but it's still so.
Two young people tried to solve the problem as precise as possible by FEM, but we have seen such a calculation is much too slow. My conclusion is you need a fast simulation. Best is an animated simulation where you can see what is happening, or you can combine it with some artificial intelligence to optimize parameters. To get a faster solution, we have to reduce we have to define a simplified model with determination of upper and lower limits, because it has to be to deliver right or exact enough results. The upper limit is the model has to be so simple that it delivers usable and fast results. And the lower limit, of course, is it has to fulfill the necessary influences and the physical laws which are behind them. So in our case, the mission is to make the geometric model as simple as possible. And my task was to simplify or to find a good approximation for the material behavior. Now let's start with some measurements. You see we have a rail and some acceleration meters are installed. The result is just here. Left up you see a train crossing the measurements. single absorber as in combined parts of a construction. For example, you have a bridge with ropes, and if you look to the left side, you see the ropes are connected at some points, and so you have a combination or an interference between the vibrations of the single ropes, and it's just like absorbing, but it's very difficult to calculate because you have an infinite rope, a rope with infinite freedoms, and you have a connection at the finite points. And now we come to the rail damper. You see it consists of a series of steel plates with different width and length. And between the steel plates, you have a layer of rubber. And you see the damper is just fastened to the rail by clamps. And just in this way, our conclusion is you have to do a fast and animated simulation. And one condition for a high-speed calculation is a reduction of the material law, most simple material law. Now, there is something you know. I show you some spring materials. That's just a linear spring. That's a linear spring with a viscoelastic damper. All is linear. The width of the area is just the loss energy. And most elastomers have an additional, they are nonlinear. Yes, that's just what I said. So if you want to use an elastomer as a pre-stressed damping spring, and the damping spring is pre-stressed because you saw there are screws which hold the damper together, you have to define at first the quasi-static material behavior, for example, using a testing machine, static testing machine. Then you have to determine the frequency-dependent behavior. You can find a linear substitute model. And if you have a non-linearity, you should search for a preload-dependent operating point. And then you can determine stiffnesses and dampings and so on. This is just for determining the static behavior. And for the frequency-dependent modulus, for example, you can use this equation. The stress depends on the strain and on the time variant of the strain. And you see, you get the energy. And at last, you find a storage module and a loss module. To measure these quantities, we have built an experimental setup. You have an electric shaker, which is just below the arrangement on the left side. Then you have the rubber adjusted with glue, and on the rubber you have a mass. We assume that the mass is incompressible, and if you cut the rubber free, you just get the picture at the right side. And so you can calculate the both parts of the elastic module. We did a lot of measurements, and you see this is one result. On the right side, you left is the time-dependent behavior. On the right side, you see sigma epsilon. And this just depends on the height of the frequency, and it depends on the power, on the forces you use. And that's just the result. You see the complex E modulus dependent on the frequency. You see there is a small disturbance in the loss module. This is derived from transpassing the resonance frequency. That means you also get good results, but they are not so exact. There is another possibility of measuring the time-dependent behavior, and the idea to this equipment was just found by here at the laboratory of Professor Panin, who showed it in a similar device in his laboratory. It is just you have a lever inside this device. You lift up the lever and let it fall down, and there are different measurements inside. For example, the acceleration and the velocity, and from these measured values, you can calculate the frequency dependent elastic properties. Now, perhaps for the theory, the simplest model for rubber or material with damping is just a spring and parallel a string with the damper, and you can expand it to a Prony series, you know it. And this device I showed you is working with such a Prony series. It's measuring the behavior of the material, and then is doing an approximation with this series. This is the theory. I think I do not have to talk about it. And now I show you what is coming out here. This is not just a copy of the device we found here, but it had been, there has been master thesis by one of our students. He developed the theory, and I wrote the program for getting the results. And you see, it's very simple. You just put it on a surface, lift up the lever, let it fall down. And then you get this picture. Left up, you see the acceleration. The peaks are derived from the movement. The lever is falling down, penetrating into the material, moving up once again and again. And we get a series of penetrations. And left down, you see the velocity for the first penetration. You see it's the lever is entering the surface with a certain velocity, and at the end it's changing its sign and it's moving up again. But what we use is just this part of the curve. And if you go on, you see these pictures. And from the approximation, the program, for example, calculates the statical value and just the parameters of this model there. And for comparison, we also used a larger model, and we found that there is really no difference between the simplest model and an extended model. This is just a comparison between the results from this pendulum device and our experiments with the shaker, and you see curves are really comparable. And as I said, the second result is very, very easier. One problem I told is the nonlinearity. That means we try to find an operating point which can be found along a nonlinear curve. And inside this point, we assume that the deformation is so small that we can use a linear model. So we have just the task to find this operating point. In the simplest case, the operating point is independent of preload, but that's just what we measured. This is just a small test to define the pre-stresses inside the damper. This is one arrangement for measuring. There is one difficulty. If you have a machine which can produce high forces, it is normally slow. On the other side, if you have a machine that producing high frequency, it cannot produce such high forces. So in this case, we have a combination. You see the black sample is in the middle, and we clamp it just, and the excitation is from downside. That means we have just an addition of a static preload and the moving stamp, and there is just a disadvantage at this of this arrangement, because the stiffness of this crosshead with its supports just are parallel to our sample. So you have to reduce that influence. We used another method. It's also a little bit complicated. You see at the left side, on the left side, we have our electrical shaker, and this on this support, there is just our specimen, just again in black, and then the force sensor, and on all of that, we have a large mass. Of course, the disadvantage of this arrangement is you have to compensate the weight of this mass. But that's possible with soft springs or with pneumatic spring. And this is the second method to measure high frequency with preload. This is just theory. And here are some results. We were very happy about these results because you see the different colors are for different pre-stresses. Excuse me. For example, the red color is with pre-stress 0, and you see they are nearly equal. So this means all the kinds of rubber we used show this behavior. The frequency dependent behavior is not dependent on the pre-stress. That was one of our best results. Well, this is just an arrangement for doing measurements in our laboratory. We just took some results from outside, from crossings, from real crossings of trains, and used the measurement curves to excite this shaker. And so we have reproducible conditions to measure different dampers. This is just a result of it. Well, now I come to the work of our young man who had worked together with me, and he did some FEM simulations. The results are very fine and they are exact, but they are wrong and they are not usable because he only calculated the behavior for the free damper. But there is, of course, an interaction between the rail and these dampers, and the interaction also depends on the frequency. that means the interaction depends on the result. And it is not possible, and one of these calculations needed, I think, about 14 hours or so, and it's unusable. So I just come to the following conclusion. If you want to measure or do measurements or on the material behavior of rubber or other elastomers, there are two steps. You have to measure the nonlinearity of the material. Then you do a dynamic measurement. And for the many, we have really tested a lot of different materials, and all showed step 1 is not necessary. Step 2 is sufficient. And in addition, we found most of the materials are just described by the simplest model, just existing of 2 springs and 1 damper, and not less. And that's these are parameters you can fill into a simulation, and I hope somebody will find a method which is fast enough to see what happens. Well, that's just, I said. What we are still missing, a similarly simple approach to the geometric model is still missing. This would make animated simulations possible, and so you can find the optimal combination and dimension of the damper. Well, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any question?
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I have a question in continuation of your conclusion about finite element analysis. So just could you elaborate a little bit in more details, what was the actual issue with the finite element simulation? Because from the first glance, it should be really applied to this problem. You said the results were wrong because it was a free vibration, but why not to put, for example, simplest way constraints, which simulate the boundary condition? Next, we can use something like multi-body dynamics when you couple rigid bodies with elastic deformed bodies, etc. So there are lots of ways how to make it usable. That's the question, and why not to try all of them, including Prony series, viscoelasticity, eigenfrequencies, etc. Thank you.
Well, the difficulty is you just construct such a damper, and you do this FEM calculation. You know how it's moving, and then you put it on the rail, and maybe the behavior is quite different because there is this interaction, and the rail is just a piece of steel which is with infinitely length. And the interaction depends on the frequencies. And so I think you should make a fast simulation, which includes the damper and the rail or the piece of rail. And so you can see really just in time what happens. And then you can go there and, for example, change some parameters, for example, length of the material or something else. You make a new simulation, and you see it's better or not better. And for example, and above all, if you have a fast simulation, you can use an automated process to do that.
Any other question? Do you understand correctly that you design, build the devices that are able to determine parameters with elastic response? And how do you determine the number of Maxwell elements in Prony series? Because you initially you do not know how
Yes. Yes, yes. Well, the device we used with a falling down pendulum just uses a very high number of, I don't know, I think about some 10 Maxwell elements. And we just compared the results from this approximation to the result of the approximation with just the simplest model. And there is nearly no difference with our materials we measure.
Yeah, I think the reason the pendulum impact has the impact process. That and the rebound. That has a specific frequency. And all you can determine are material properties at
Yes,
this frequency. That's why
yes, that's right.
That's the model work. It won't work for any other.
Yes, the upper frequency is defined by the penetration velocity and what is happening during the measurement process. Yes, that's right. Okay.
Last but not least, Professor Evgeny Shilko, who is director of, deputy director of the Institute and co-organizer of the workshop to speak about the formation of the third body and influence on friction.
Thank you. First of all, I want to tell that sliding friction of dry surfaces has been intensively studied during past several decades. Nevertheless, still a phenomenon which is extremely difficult to understand and predict. The most popular concept to understand friction, and where is the concept proposed by Maurice Godet in the middle 70s. This is the concept of the third body. This concept implies the formation and development of material fragments between contacted surfaces. These fragments are conventionally called interface elements, and these elements determine the wear rate and the value of friction coefficient. And the third body works as inset between two surfaces. There are three principal stages in the cycle of the circulation of the third body. The first one is detachment of the particles from the body surfaces by classical mechanisms of abrasion, adhesion, delamination, and so on. Next stage is trapping of the particles and their circulation in the contact zone. And this bed of powder separates the surfaces. And the last stage is ejecting of debris outside the contact zone. And then the interaction between surfaces intensifies and the cycle starts again. And this simple concept perfectly suits for brittle materials. Most interfacial elements are particles, and when a bed of these particles is formed, it protects the surfaces and decreases the wear rate, although it can increase coefficient of friction. But situation is much more complex for ductile, for example, metallic materials with higher surface energy. In this case, adhesion strength is comparable to the cohesive strength of material. And in this interfacial element can increase in size due to adherence of the material from the surfaces. And the dimensions of the largest elements in this case may exceed the height of surface asperities by orders of magnitude. And in this case, the contact zone qualitatively change its profile, because now it's a set of spots of local interaction of the surfaces with interfacial elements, one examples you can see here. And interfacial elements in metallic friction pairs can have not only significantly different size, but also qualitatively different roll and friction process. And this depends on the material parameters and loading conditions. First of all, interfacial elements can be can serve with classical wear debris, but sometimes large elements serve opposite function. They do not separate, but they are the link which makes the first and the second bodies into one. So there is, in this case, there is a single body sharing along the neck. But this model for large, such kind of interfacial element and interfacial elements is called rolls, wedges, flakes, and so on. And they are often considered as abrasive elements. But this picture with formation of such large fragments is also oversimplified because this simple model of formation of large interface elements cannot explain, for example, experimentally registered large fractions of air particles, of air nanoparticles in combustion engines. So we can conclude that both situations, formation of low-scale debris and formation of large wear particles takes place in the same contact zone. And the second is there are different implementations of the third body concept at different scales. Various aspects of the formation of the third body and its influence on the friction coefficient was the subject of the joint research by our group, by group of our institute, and by the group led by Professor Popov. And our cooperation was focused on the computer study of tangential contact interaction of brittle and ductile materials at the scales from nanoscopic to mesoscopic. And I have to tell that to adequately model processes in the contact zone, we need to take into account the processes of local fracture, formation of new bonds, plastic deformation, mass mixing, and so on. And for adequate modeling of these processes, we have developed an advanced numerical technique, an advanced discrete element method. We called it homogeneously deformable discrete element method. And using this advanced technique, we investigated various aspects of friction and the formation of a third body. And here I will briefly review three aspects. The first one relates to the formation of a quasi-liquid interfacial nanolayer in the inner regions of microscopic contact spots. The second problem is the study of the basic mechanisms of surface asperity wear and the influence of material parameters on implementation of these mechanisms. And the last aspect relates the formation of large mesoscopic elements of the third body during friction of ductile materials with high surface energy. And first, I will tell some words about our development, about our method. A discrete element models considers the material as an ensemble of elements of finite size and with clearly defined surface. We used the most popular, most widely applied implementation of the discrete element method, where elements interact with each other through plane faces. At the same time, when numerically solving motion equations, we used approximations of equivalent balls. And in this case, it is possible to use simplified motion equations of Newton-Euler. And the second simplification is we can divide interaction force between elements into two formally independent central and tangential constituents. Local fracture is modeled, is considered in discrete element method as a loss of cohesion between elements, or in other words, as bond breakage. And our main development is that we consider discrete elements not as rigid bodies, but as homogeneously deformable bodies. We were first to show that correct description of element deformability is able only with use of many body interaction potentials or many body formulation of element interaction forces. This idea belongs to Professor Psacher. The force of interaction, the interaction force consists of pairwise contribution and volume dependent or specific or density dependent contribution. And if we consider locally isotropic materials, we can rewrite this expression into, rewrite this volume strain term into pressure dependent contribution. Here we'll consider brittle and ductile materials. So to describe the elastic behavior, we implemented Hooke's law, and in elastic behavior, and to describe inelastic behavior, we implemented associated plastic flow law with von Mises yield criterion within the formalism of discrete elements. And to adequately model contact interaction, we need to assign fracture criterion and criterion of bond formation or restoration of previously broken bond. And here we used two criteria, stress criteria, quite general Drucker-Prager criterion. We applied it for the problem of asperity fracture. And this criterion is applicable both for brittle and ductile materials. And to study more complex processes in the contact zone, we use dissipative criterion, namely, we use the specific work of plastic deformation. And for reverse process for formation of new bond, we used similar criterion, also based on specific work of plastic deformation. And we also took into account the attractive force acting between unbonded but unbonded elements with closely separated surfaces. We used Dugdale approximation of the nonlinear attractive potential. And now I will tell about three interesting results which were obtained using this developed method. The first problem relates the formation of quasi-liquid nanolayer. This study was done together with our colleagues from München. They called this nanolayer as tribomutated layer. We considered the system applicable to wheel-rail contact. And we studied the central part of the micro contact. So we assumed that we considered central part of the micro contact, and so we assumed that the pressure is equally distributed here, and we can use periodic boundary conditions. And in this case, we can analyze not only the formation of the third body, but also the circulation of the third body fragments. And our first interesting result was that already the initial phase of friction, the so-called quasi-liquid nanolayer is formed here. This is weakly bonded boundary layer. Can you start the animation to see how it's formed? Its height was about 10 nanometers for this particular system for rail steel. And this data, this height well correlates with experimental data of our colleagues. Thank you. And we measured friction coefficient, and our aim was to build the general build the general function of coefficient of friction on the loading and material parameters. Friction coefficient is a dimensionless parameter. It depends, of course, on the material parameters like Young's modulus, strength, density, and loading conditions like pressure and velocity. But being the dimensionless parameter, it has to depend on dimensionless combinations of these material parameters. And there is no theory that can construct such dimensionless combinations. So we, using physical consideration, we build some dimensionless combinations. Then we made a parametric study, numerical study, we varied these parameters, and in each case we measured friction coefficients. And then we analyzed how these dimensionless combinations describe numerically obtained results. And we found that there are two combinations. And we found that the coefficient of friction is a one-valued function of the two dimensionless parameters, two dimensionless combinations, which are the ratio of the kinetic energy density to the elastic strain energy density corresponding to fracture. This is the first parameter. And the second is the ratio of the reduced value of pressure to the elastic strain corresponding to fracture. And then we found the analytical function. This is very simple function, which well describes our set of numerically obtained results. And this function, was the main result of our study. And moreover, using this function works for local coefficient of friction for microcontact. And using this local value and using some approximations, we derived the macroscopic value of friction coefficient. And this coefficient does not depend on contact pressure. And the most interesting thing that using very simple model and very simple approximations, we build the analytical function which works well for many metallic friction pairs. For example, our German colleagues from automotive and railway industry, they use this expression to estimate friction coefficient in different friction couples. And these papers, which are 15 years old, are cited every year. Every year we have at least several up to 10 citations, even 15 years later the publication. So it was really interesting result when the simple model gives reliable and quite general result. The second problem relates the modes of asperity wear, the problem which is widely studied theoretically and experimentally, but most theoretical studies are for nanoscale asperities using atomistic simulation. And we were the first to make systematic study of the principal modes of asperity wear depending on material parameters. We were first to build the principal classification of micro and mesoscale asperity wear modes. You can see here. There are 4 principal modes: sleeping, accompanied by plastic strain accumulation in the top part of asperities. Then grinding, accumulated by shear band formation and material transfer from one asperity to another. Then breakaway, namely pulling out the asperity, and some mixed modes. And each this asperity wear mode is predominantly implemented and in some range of material parameters. For example, in some range of the very important parameter of the shear strength sensitivity to normal pressure. This is some measure of brittleness of material, and also in some range of adhesion strength. And our main result was that we found 2 dimensionless parameters that control implementation of the particular asperity wear mode. These parameters are the, as I told, shear strength sensitivity to pressure, and the second one is the ratio of the adhesion stress to the shear strength of the material. And we were first to build the qualitative map of asperity wear modes. This map works for brittle and ductile material and for different adhesion values. And another interesting result was that we not only built this map, we also found how this map depends, how the boundaries between these areas shifts with the scale of asperity. And I have to tell that these results have both fundamental and practical significance. First of all, for understanding the wear and tribological system, and also for forecasting the wear mechanism under different conditions. And the third problem, which I'm talking about, is formation of large interfacial elements in friction couples made of materials with high surface energy. This is here I will show by the example of 2 bodies from alumina bronze. And the main result of the study is that we found that friction, the main result of the study is the influence of confinement, mechanical confinement, on friction process. We found that friction proceeds in a significantly different manner in the contact zone, characterized by different degrees of mechanical confinement. For example, under high mechanical confinement, wedges, abrasive wedges are predominantly formed, and under low mechanical confinement, we have conventional, nearly equiaxial wear particles. We studied this problem using 2D statement. Normally, 2D is shortcoming of the model, but in our case, it was an advantage because using plane stress or plane strain approximation, we could exactly see the influence of transverse mechanical confinement, in out of plane direction. And I want to tell some words about the formation of wear particles under the condition of low mechanical confinement. There are 3 stages of friction in this case. First is initial phase, matching the surfaces. When cutting or abrasion the surfaces, the asperities lead to the formation of the initial small interfacial elements. some of these elements are strongly loaded and then strongly hardened. And these elements, the facial element, becomes stable, and during the relative sliding of the surfaces, they move by rotation. Being more hardened than surface layers, during the rotation, they take material from the surfaces and become larger and take more round shape. And this process is competitive. There are many such interface elements. The larger elements grow faster, so the number of these load carrying elements decreases and their size increases. And at the end of this stage of competitive growth, the number of this interfacial element decreases till the certain minimum. And in the next stage, steady friction, these elements continue to grow. Occasionally, some of them becomes of irregular shape, and they start to act as wedges. And in this case, they are finally broken because they cannot rotate and become the stress concentrators. And this repeating process of growing the fragments and their fracture controls the characteristic size of these large interfacial elements. So under low confinement, sliding friction is reduced to adhesive rolling friction caused by rotational motion of load carrying particles. And in this case, friction coefficient is relatively small. We have totally different situation under high mechanical confinement. In this case, wedges are formed already at the initial phase of friction. The difference is between wear particle and wedge is that wedge strongly adheres to one of the surfaces and moves it. So it acts as abrasive for another surface. And again, growth of these wedges is competitive. The largest wedges grow faster, and when it reaches some critical size, it's broken because of high stress, shear stress concentration. And this fracture of the largest wedges controls their characteristic size. But the abrasive action leads to the very high friction coefficient, which is several times higher than in the case of low confinement. So our main result was to show the influence of mechanical confinement on the formation of particular interfacial elements in the contact zone. And I can conclude first that I think the main conclusion is that we have developed a very efficient numerical technique that makes possible studying the friction and wear mechanisms in a range of scale. And this technique and our results, which we obtained later, were possible only thanks to cooperation of two teams of German and Russian teams, and due to the participation of specialists in the field of computer modeling and experimental study. And exchange of ideas and this joint work was very important for us. It allowed us to consider not only technical tribological system, which I showed here, but also natural tribological system like fault zone segments. You saw them in the film of Dr. Thaten. And we also studied the human hip joints. This is biological friction couple. So I think that our close cooperation, and cooperation with other research group from Russia and Germany is a necessary condition or maybe requirement for maintaining our competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
Can you go back to this damage map as a function of the two? Breakage, slipping. What? No. I think you touched upon that in one sentence, but I just missed it. There's this old idea of Rabinovich that this transition between slipping and breakaway is governed by asperity size, but here there are only material parameters. But here there are I only see material parameters and no asperity size. So how does that correlate?
Yes, of course. But I told that these particular numbers are for some certain size of asperities. But we also analyzed how the positions of these boundaries shifts with scale of the asperity. I didn't show it here, but it is published.
One additional comment. This study shows that this criterion of Rabinovich or Molinari is not always correct. There are some conditions where it is only the material parameter which are switching between different modes.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you please elaborate in a little bit more details about the fracture growth criteria you used and how it is related or in comparison with the classic linear fracture mechanics like Griffith's energy release criteria or Irwin's stress intensity factors criteria? So is it the same or there are some key differences?
Excuse me, which criteria?
Fracture growth criteria. You mentioned about fracture growth. So what was the fracture growth criteria in your research?
In this study, we used Drucker-Prager failure criteria. I think you know it. Stress criterion, two parameters, stress criterion.
I mean, for the fracture, Drucker-Prager, I think you use for plasticity, but for the fracture growth, like in linear fracture mechanics, for example, Griffith's criteria or stress intensity, you didn't consider this.
I think there is a little misunderstanding.
Okay,
So
maybe later
we can communicate later. Yes.
But this was here was used the explicit dependency of adhesive forces on distance. There was Dugdale model was used, and sigma 0 is this adhesive intensity, adhesive stress. So it was just considered if the stress is larger than this adhesive stress, then they move, still interacting, and after some time they were not interacting anymore. And depending on this stress, there are different modes of formation of debris.
Can you evaluate the heat release or heat absorption and temperature in contact area?
Yes, I didn't tell, but we have the coupled model, so modulistic. Heating of the contact of brittle material can reach 100 degrees, but for metallic materials it's not so high. For example, in this test, the largest temperature which were registered in the particles were 50, 60, 70 degrees, not more. So we assume that the mechanical properties are temperature independent. But when we consider a highly loaded ceramic friction couples, we have to use temperature dependence, because in these couples, the temperature can rise up to 1000 degrees. Yes, I know.
Plane stress conditions imply that we have thin plate or thin film, so its dimension in one direction is rather small. I could hardly imagine the situation.
I understand this is a question of interpretation. You can interpret it as a thin plate, or you can interpret it as an absence of confinement in out of plane direction.
Any more questions? No? Yeah, then Evgeny,
Victor
Evgenyevich, thank you very much. And and I also would like to thank all participants of this workshop, all presenters, also the organizers, and close the workshop. Thank you.